Hello, Spelan. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Throughout the year, your team was very high in Valve ranking. Does the new point system suit your team?
No, it didn't affect us in any way. Like, we just keep grinding tournaments, and eventually if we win some nice matches, we gain points. I mean, it didn't change anything for us.
So you don't count the points, you just play match after match and see what happens, right?
Well, before the MRQ we were counting it actually, and we tried to play it smart, like avoiding some tournaments and stuff, but right now we're just all in and we just want to play.
Against Imperial at the start of this tournament, you should be big favorites. How do you see the strength of your opponent?
I mean, I know they're shooting well, so we're not underestimating them. We just want to have some fun, play some good CS and win. We're
and
not
what about
like...
sorry?
Yeah, nothing, it's fine.
Okay. What is the biggest motivation for you at this tournament? Is it the LAN finals in Prague, or just the points, or having fun, as you said?
Well, biggest motivation is to qualify for the LAN finals, of course. We want to play LAN again and prove ourselves. And yeah, so first step is to qualify for the LAN, and then we will make a new goal to eventually win.
On this tournament, we have a lot of teams with only one nationality. You are the best Bulgarian representative, or the best Bulgarian team on the tournament. Is that an added bonus? Are you proud of being these representatives?
I mean, yeah. Right now there is not much Bulgarian teams. I can say like we are the only ones, but of course we are proud to represent our country, and we hope to do good and make our fans proud.
Yeah, and why do you think is that so, that not many Bulgarian teams or players are now coming up to the scene?
I mean, I think first of all because we lack organizations in our country that will support the teams, and also we don't have any local tournaments and stuff like this to how do I say, make a platform for the young talents to show themselves and to motivate them. So I think that's the biggest reason why.
Thanks for the answers, and I'll wish you luck so the Bulgarian community can be proud.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, Imperial. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. How pumped you are for another tournament with the possibility of getting to LAN finals?
We are very excited. Another opportunity, another challenge for us. It's good to be here.
Did you have some chat with Kat, because she would be playing not in her hometown, but the Czech Republic is similar to Slovakia for many fans. So is she excited especially?
Actually, she is very excited to attend this tournament, and she would be very, very proud and happy to go to the LANs. But let's see. We would give our best.
We would love it as well. As the coach of full female team, is there any major difference being coach to a full male team?
Not really, not really. We have the same pattern, working methods. It's literally the same. The only difference is that we are not playing as the same level in practices, like tier 1, 2 teams. But that's the only difference, if I can tell.
Okay, and is there maybe a bigger pressure from public because female teams are under a bigger scope, let's say?
I mean, for us, it is a pressure for sure, and in the same time, it's a challenge and experience for the team because we're not used to play that kind of ranking teams, and of course there is a pressure, but in the same time we are trying to figure out how to separate when we're playing versus female teams and when we're playing versus male teams. It's
Okay.
You have to compare it in a different way and look in different directions, if I have to put it that way.
Yeah, sure. And when it comes to pressure, what do you think about the VRS points distribution? Because everybody is trying to hunt you down for more points when it comes to the tier 2 or tier 3 teams.
I don't know. I have no idea what to say here. I mean, it's we give our best, and if they win, they win. If we lose, we lose.
Okay, is 500 one of the toughest opponents to start again, because they count as one of the favorites of the tournament?
Obviously, it is. The last results, they didn't play very impressive, but we do know that they're a good team. As far as we know, they also made a change that it kind of makes a bit harder the preparation, but yeah, it is a challenge.
And for the last question, what do you think is your biggest weapon you can use to beat them?
Our biggest weapon is to play together as a team and the communication. If we have a good communication and we are enjoying the game, then we are having really good results. If we're not enjoying the game and not having good communication, sometimes it's tough for us.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Now I will hope you will enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
KFC patří ke hře.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's day 2 of Swiss action. We roll on with round 1 and 4 more best of ones to play for. 8 fresh faces will do battle to see who is going to be making their way forward to our higher and lower groups as the Swiss stage plays out. My name is Untitled Chapter. I'm joined by Dweg for today's proceedings, and it's good to be here, mate.
Indeed it is, and it's nice to see some newer faces. I think we've got some top-end Tier 2 teams that missed out and qualified to the Major. We've got some teams from the Open qualifiers as well, and all the goals and the expectations are to just see what the competitive level is going to look like over these next few days.
Yeah, some new faces most certainly, but also some familiar names, especially coming off the back of the MRQ from last week. Some teams involved here in Conquest of Prague that want to try and prove that their losses in that competition were not going to be so hard done by here going into the rest of the Tier 2 space leading up to the Major. Now, for our teams, of course, there's only 1 stage out of 3 involved in the Conquest of Prague. We're very, very early days as well here, just in round 1 of the Swiss stage of competition. So, look, plenty more to play for in the near future.
Indeed there is, and I guess when you get these sort of opening stages, these opening games, especially in a best-of-1 format, it's all about who's going to be able to upset, who's actually going to be able to try and give an edge over somebody else, and I think we saw that already on day one. I mean, you and I, Jay, we've casted Cubics in the past, but beating 9 with how they've looked in 2025, that's a real surprise. And then even Gun 5 with Lucky and Celta losing out to Rush B, I was very surprised with 2 out of 4 of those results yesterday.
Well, look, I will say that at the very least, Rush B Gun 5 is a CIS derby, so you have that little bit of blow for blow and that regional pride. But yeah, the Cubics result is the one that definitely catches my eye. Of course, 9 down in the lower group alongside Gun 5 and Eklot, the hometown heroes, I guess you could say, the Czech nationals trying to beat out the Na'Vi junior side who've been on a tear equally. So those are the guys, of course, that are currently sitting on our 1-0 and 0-1 matches. Our matches today, however, highlighted at the bottom end of that Swiss bracket, and some very intriguing results that could come up in today's proceedings, I think.
Indeed. I mean, you look at this opening one between 500 and Imperial Valkyries, and it feels like a bit of nostalgia. You've got Bubble going up against 500, and yet it's not 2021, and we're here in 2025. I look at Passion UA. They've made a hell of a lot of changes recently. I know that Sashi were a team that was on the rise quite well last year. They had a couple of good tournaments in sort of the LAN atmosphere. Haven't really seen much from them recently. Fnatic will be really disappointed with the MRQ. CYBERSHOKE is a grinder in Tier 2. We see them quite frequently. And then Nexus, Jay, I know that they had an unbelievable start to the year with their VRS ranking, and they're trying to see if they can kind of keep the ship afloat. Yeah, maybe it is a decent start for the Nexus lads. Unfortunately, not quite been as fantastic as of late. Of course, our final match of the day with plenty more to come in the meantime. But you mentioned, of course, is 500 versus Imperial Valkyries. Valkyries, wow. Starting off well, apparently. Imperial Valkyries to kick things off in our opening best of 1. And this matchup has, obviously, I guess you could call it a bit of a layup for the 500 side. Because, look, unfortunately for us here, the Imperial Valkyries have not been quite as special as what they initially made themselves out to be back during Blast Bounty at the start of the year. And they're having a real tough time adapting to this online Tier 2 landscape. We have seen some shocking results from them. The one most recently was the Yellow Compass closed qualifier, where they went 0-5, going last in the group, winning 12 rounds and losing 65, 2 of which featured 13-0s. So this is where Imperial Valkyries need to reflect and learn on what some of their previous experiences have been, and say, how can we go into the impact groups, where we're not dropping a single map, but yet we come against the Tier 2 landscape, and we're struggling to post rounds. It's a huge disparity in terms of results. Yeah, I mean, just to really highlight things, I mean, I know we've been talking about VRS in the last few weeks leading up to the MRQ and leading into the major invitees. I mean, Imperial Valkyries, from last month's Valve invites into the start of this month, they lost 47 places. That's just to really show how many matches they've lost, how many points they've lost to individual games, as well as just how little they're gaining out of some of these tournament placings. And it's like you mentioned, 65-12 in lost 1 rounds. That's a really, really ridiculous number. So we're going into this match expecting it to be a bit of a one-sided affair for 500, and that's got to be a good thing, because last week in the MRQ, probably one of their worst tournament performances that we've ever seen from 500. That would have been a gutting loss. I mean, to go up in an opening game versus ENGE and feel like you've held weight to an extent, you've got 7 rounds, you think, okay, this is the chance to bounce back. We're going up against Big, a team that we've beaten very frequently in the past, a core that we're familiar with, and you get blown out of the water. You post 2 rounds in that best of 1. You finally feel like there's some redemption in a best of 3, and then you get destroyed again by Game Legion. 2 rounds on map 1, 2 rounds on map 2. For the guys in the Bulgarian camp, that is a joke. That is embarrassing. And I know that Bubble and the boys over on 500, they'll be hungry for revenge. They'll know that that level of standard is not to the 500 level at all. And considering the public reaction to that MRQ result, they haven't done themselves any favours reputationally. So it's about bouncing back here in something like Conquest of Prague and getting to a LAN event where they can try and prove all those haters and all those doubters wrong. Obviously, steps along the way to make it happen, but there'll be no more excuses if they can actually win the whole title here in this particular competition. It starts here with the best of 1 for them, though only their opening game, so it's a long way back. We are walking into this one with a lot of expectations that, in spite of the concerns that 500 have shown over the last week or so, we are expecting them to win this map. Yeah, indeed we are. Now, it's a great opportunity to see what Red Star's going to look like, basically on debut. I know that he's been a part of the 500 roster in the past, Jay, but coming in as a stand-in, you're looking at him to make a difference for not only this opening game, but this entire group stage. I'm a bit remiss to mention, of course, the roster changes that happen as a result of the fallout of that. But look, it is, again, no matter what you say, an opportunity for them to really get some confidence on the board. I imagine we're going to get to see a bit more of a better sample size as the Swiss rolls out as to how that new roster addition and that stand-in is going to affect
affect things. But for this matchup, we'll be playing out Inferno as our one map. Like, how do we feel about that?
And we don't see a lot of Inferno being played from 500. Their last result on it was about 5 weeks ago where they lost to OG. They've beaten some okay names in Tier 2, Partizan a couple of times. I know they're playing later on today. Passion UA in a CCT. They were able to beat Big on this map and even BC Game earlier back in January, but that's a little bit of time. So again, don't really see 500 playing Inferno a massive amount. The 2 times that Imperial Valkyries have played it, they've faced off against Big on LAN and then faced off against 9 Pandas online. Both times really uncomfortable losses. Couldn't really hold weight in either of those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically one of those situations where you would hope that if you are Imperial Valkyries, you get one of those confident maps that they play a lot, like Mirage or Ancient, out just so you can have some confident basis to play from. Inferno definitely doesn't fit that category. Even if they did, though, good records on both of those maps for the likes of 500 at the same time. So it's not like we're talking about a lot of breathing room here for Imperial Valkyries. It's just one of those cases where you are going to get outclassed no matter which metric you look at it. Like the individuals, they definitely feel like they're better on the 500 side. The map pools feel like it's going to be more superior for 500. The general makeup of the team feels like it's better for 500. I mean, it just feels like right now this is where all the cards are going to lay up to what is going to be a layup for the boys.
I would be realistic and say that 500 have one of the better chances to qualify to the LAN out of the majority of teams here. They are strong and they're pretty good online. I know that the MRQ is a disappointment, but that's a different level of pressure. Look at what they were able to achieve in CCT over the last couple of months. They got to, what, 2 grand finals? They were able to be able to win one of those events. And some of the teams that they're beating in sort of the single elim playoffs, we're talking about 9 Pandas, Eklot, Bait, Partizan, Ents, Na'Vi Jr. We're talking about some household names that we've got in Tier 2.
Indeed we are, and I think that there are a decent number of front runners here that they're going to have to take on at some point in order to get towards this LAN. I mean, that's the way that the Swiss system plays up. And remember as well that it's not just the Swiss straight into the LAN. There's also a component of the qualifying play-ins as well. Like typically we talk about Swiss stages, so top 8 go through, bottom 8 get eliminated. No, in this case, top 8 go through to a second stage, and then the top 4 from that go into the LAN. So there's a little bit more complexities behind it when it comes to weighing up how these matches are going to play up for the respective sides, the respective squads. And so, like, I'd imagine at some point, that, as you mentioned, those big names, they're probably going to have to face up against them at some point here.
Well, let's now start considering the Red Star move. I think for 500, it's quite easy to look at it from the naked eye and say there was an implosion post-MRQ, and it's a time now to try and get Red Star involved. I've been mentioning it, Jay. He's a stand-in, but I think he's probably going to be a 5th. I mean, Spellin was talking about it on the interview before we started the show. The scene is small right now. There's not tournaments. There's no teams. So when it comes to players, you have to recycle a lot of the old guard. And this is Red Star's second time a part of 500.
I have to admit, that 500 logo looks pretty decent in a suit of armor. That being aside, you are right. Like, this is one of those, again, this is one of those things we talked about in the past with other various niche squads. I think we had it for Eternal Fire at one particular point, that if you're going to keep recycling old guard players, then you're never going to make any progress. And that's difficult in a scene like the Bulgarian scene because, as you say, there's not really a whole lot of talents coming through the pipeline. You've got some potential rosters and individuals in like ESEA main, for example, but they haven't actually captured anyone's attention. They haven't captured anyone's imagination or any potential that could feed up to a team like a 500 at the moment.
Well, if we're going to look at it on a positive mindset, I think 500 in the past have tried to pick up some of those players by the wayside, and it hasn't been successful. Remember, Nicky Doctor was in-game leading this team. I remember when Patrick was playing as well. And then, most recently, I would say Grasshog was kind of involved. He was calling, and then he was coaching for a bit, and then he went back to playing. And it's sort of like those are the outside fixtures, right? You bring in someone like Red Star. This is a guy that had a really good 2021 a part of Fiend. He had a chance on Monty. He had a chance on ITB, but all of those rosters sort of ended quite early. And I think this is Red Star's redemption because I kind of think back a few years ago, it was him and Han that got left by the wayside. And kind of since those days, I think they've been given chances, but they haven't really taken it and they haven't really run with those opportunities.
But then that begs the question is, are they good enough to really make the opportunities happen here for this 500 side? I mean, you mentioned obviously that Red Star was part of 500 in the past. It didn't work out back then. So what's to say it's going to work out now?
Well, I think you've got a slightly different iteration of the team, don't you? You've got Spellin as the in-game leader now. You've got Cirque that brings a lot more experience on a big green. And I think Red Star, I know in CSGO was quite a hybrid player, picked up a lot of secondary AWPing. We're not going to see that in CS2. But what we are is him plugging in the gaps. I think he's a little bit more aggressive than what Ships are. Ships is a player that's really lurky on T-side, likes to play late round situations, likes to cut a lot of rotates. So we're probably going to get a bit more aggressive stances from Red Star. And that might help out someone like Oxygen, who's also a very heavy entry fragger on the T side.
Well, needless to say that you would hope that this particular push-up to the big leagues or towards another competition is going to allow them to make amends for how things went in terms of the MRQ. For this match, again, we are looking at them being as heavy favourites. I imagine that our odds over at our partners in Tipsport are probably going to reflect that as well. And yeah, very much a clear favourite in the 500 side. For Imperial Valkyries, I mean, we've talked a lot about 500 quite a bit. Like, they need a lot to be able to work their way out of this matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately for Imperial Valkyries, to me, they are just the weakest team in this competition. And look at even the teams that advanced from the Open Qualifier. We're talking about Rush B, that got a good upset in their opening game in the CIS Derby. We're talking about Na'Vi Jr., that's really strong in Tier 2 over the last 6 months or so. And then Maestro, who's okay, a bit average. I mean, they're playing in ESEA Advanced at the moment. And then Cubics is playing at the same level. But unfortunately, I just don't think Imperial Valkyries can overtake those kind of teams.
No, and that's just, again, something that we have to continue to sort of assess about them is trying to work up some more experience, a bit more confidence in the online Tier 2 environment, because it is a completely different beast. I want to see, and I've said this in the past in other tournaments we covered, like, I want to see more of the Imperial Valkyries that we saw during Blast Bounty, the one that brought the thunder and the fight right back to the Na'Vi side, because that was a team that really excited me and a lot of people in Counter-Strike.
Well, I might be a little bit harsh here, Jay, but how many more chances are we going to give the girls? I mean, they played Blast Bounty, didn't really see anything there. Same as Katowice, same as Cluj, and then since then it's been the online grind. They've been playing the Justice Cup, the Galaxy Battle, the Yellow Compass Closed Qualifier. They played Impact. They're playing here in Conquest of Prague, and I kind of feel as we get closer towards May, they're kind of running out of chances to prove it. And maybe the only way to prove it is in Impact and kind of show that in the local divisions, in the female scene, we are the #1 team. But I don't know. I never am getting the vibe that they can at least even hold weight in Tier 2 online right now.
I mean, it's a very valid point to make. And just again, what I mentioned earlier, they've lost 47 places in the two recent invite ranking updates from last month to this month. HLTV has them at number 87 in the world as of this morning. So, like, just to highlight how far things are going, I mean, if you want to talk about opportunities and how many chances we're going to give them, I mean, they're not going to get many more invites if things keep going this way. So, a good run in any competition, if it is going to be this one, I mean, I don't think we're going to see them at the LAN. But if they can get a couple of victories out, at least gather some points, at least try and maintain a position in the Tier 2 invite space, then that at least would go a long way to trying to recover from what has been a very disastrous follow-up from Blast Bounty.
And I think Bubble said it quite well in the interview, and maybe he was giving a little bit more of an answer than what was probably seen on first reflection, is we do well when we're having fun. And it kind of reminds me of that Yellow Compass Closed Qualifier. I don't think they were having fun there, Jay. I think they were going into those games, they were being stressed, they were being completely outclassed, and you could just feel there was no threat. The early games that we saw in LAN, there was at least a threat. They took Furia to overtime. They gave a challenge to Na'Vi. But I've just seen recently, maybe the pressure's getting to them. Maybe the expectations are a lot higher than what the results speak. I want an Imperial Valkyries that don't have pressure on their back. I want them to kind of go into these series with no expectations and kind of getting that free flow state environment in which they can actually give a stable game and actually give a lot of these teams a run for their money.
Well, by that logic, if they are going to get stomped out like we expect them to be in this best of one, then would that mentality problem or that motivation problem, motivation is not the right word, but like that whole like mentality issue, is that going to crop up if they do get smashed out in this first best of one?
Well, it's difficult to know because you don't have the internal workings of the team, but you can see it by results, and I think we'll probably see it today. We'll probably see it in the next few officials. We'll just have to take the sample size game at a time, I reckon.
Well, certainly this game doesn't look like it's going to bode too well for Imperial. So what do you feel like would be the ultimate sort of win conditions for them to at least make a go of this kind of game?
Well, I think the first one just has to be, individually, they've got to be sharp. I've looked at a lot of their games recently when they took on 9 Pandas, when they took on Complexity. I didn't think the sharpness was there, Jay. I thought individually they were letting themselves down. And, mate, if you're going up against 500 and you've got some hard-hitting players on that side, you've got a really stable core 3 of Rainwaker, Oxygen, and then Cirque on the big AWP, you need to be sharp. You need to be hitting your shots. If the individual ability isn't going to be there, then there's not even a chance. That's the only winning condition for me.
Even just taking a second look at the schedule, like, again, there's a lot of competition that you look at Imperial Valkyries could fall victim to quite easily. So, look, they're going to have to try and get themselves really geared up for this first matchup. If they can make something decent out of this, then maybe my poetic and romantic heart might at least have some hope for them, but it's going to be a tough task regardless here. We are waiting on one player to resolve a small anti-cheat issue. So while we let them do that, we're going to head towards a small break. And when we return, we'll get started with 500 versus Imperial Valkyries. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to Conquest of Prague. We're about ready to get into our first matchup between Imperial Valkyries and 500. Unfortunately for Imperial Valkyries, Tori having some AC issues means that she can't join us in server. So Bubble will be standing in for her instead. Like, you get part of your wish for the Bulgarian derby today.
Indeed. Now, when 500 first came together, they picked up the Skade lineup. And which was the last professional team for Bubble? It was Skade. He knows a lot of these guys. They're all ex-teammates. This is going to be a national derby for him, but look, the goal is still exactly the same, whether Tori's in the lineup or whether Bubble's in the team. We need to see the girls putting on a good performance and giving a fight back to 500.
No doubt about that much here. We need to see at least a confident scoreline. And maybe that might be asking for a little bit too little when you think about the nature of the tournament and how the best of ones can quickly spiral out of control and you could be down 0-2 before you can even say, hey. But at this point, given how one-sided these matches have been against the Imperial Valkyries in the Tier 2 online competitions, I just want to see decency. If they can make that work for them, I think we've got something to work off of.
And it's quite entertaining because 500 played the Vinny-led Bulgarian Imperial tomorrow evening in CCT Global Finals. So they're going up against the female team today. They're going up against Vinny's one tomorrow. And I guess just for 500, you kind of mentioned it earlier, they need to bounce back by the MRQ. They need to look at this tournament and say, right, we're one of the strongest teams here. Let's go 3-0 in the Swiss stage. Let's give ourselves a good seed going into those decided best of threes. Let's make sure that we're in the running to get to LAN, because I think they played one of those LANs in Barcelona early in the year, the ICE Invitational, and they did okay there. So they've got to now look at that and say that was the last LAN we went to, and we're getting towards May now.
For those of you who don't remember that tournament, it was a first-place finish for the 500 lads, of course. I think went completely flawless as well. In the upper bracket, they took down Sashi and M80 before beating an M80 in the grand final. So got some international counteractions there, and as well as that, some decent teams at the exact same time. So for them, like they've shown that they can do it on a LAN environment, and just considering everything that they want to that they've been accused of, they want to try and make something a bit more decent happen in terms of the LAN run. So this is a perfect opportunity right here. Get started, get off on a hot streak, and then just work your way through this Swiss stage and get to Prague.
And we haven't really seen any recent moves from 500. I think Rainwaker, Oxygen, and Cirque have kind of been there as that core three for almost a year now. Espelin got out of the team about July time last year, and then only recently, 5 days ago, we saw Ships being benched and Red Star being added as a stand-in. So 500 aren't a team that like to move a lot of pieces around, and I think now with this one change, this is a chance for not only Red Star to redeem himself, but to get 500 back towards the top of Tier 2, because I think that was the goal, and we actually did see that in quite a few tournaments earlier on in the year, that they can be a Tier 2 threat. They can be a squad that can take down a lot of top names.
Well, tail end of last year leading into the beginning of this year, we were starting to ask the question, Dweg, are they back? Because 500, when they started, remember, they were going to decent lands of their own. Remember the Elisa Masters, which you and I got to call? That was a big arena for them and a significant moment for that particular team and for the players and for the legacies that they had held in the online era prior to that. So there's a lot to live up to when it comes to new histories in the future.
Indeed there is, and I think 500 kind of know when you are the number one team in the local scene, when there's not a lot of competition around you, not a lot of players that are sort of biting at your neck when it used to be the sort of the Skade and Fiend era, there's a lot more pressure from just fans to perform. They want you to do well, and I guess that's the same as the female fans for Imperial Valkyries. Anytime we're talking about a smaller scene or a smaller team, you want them to do as well as humanly possible. And I think with 500 knocking on the door of getting close towards some of those higher VRS ranking events, being able to consistently do well post-MRQ is only going to help more LAN opportunities come towards them.
I mean, all you need to do is talk to Ted and you'll realize how much Bulgarian CS players and fans want 500 to do well and want them to be legit. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders, the pressure of a nation, I guess you could say, in certain capacities, but they've got to supersede all those and surmount towards a much good showing here in the Conquest of Prague. So only the first best of one, plenty of opportunities to make things happen, but the first one could be the best one for them, as Imperial Valkyries are almost ready to do battle for the quick prediction from this one. Dwayne, I know you're going 500, by how much?
Oh, look, it should be pretty clean. I'm probably expecting 4 or 5 max rounds for Imperial. I'm not expecting a huge amount in this opening game.
Well, let's get to it then. Imperial are on the CT side to kick off our day here in the Conquest of Prague. 500 take towards the mid control of the T half of things. We're already seeing one player out at short, and that is Bubble, the coach of the Imperial Valkyries side, as well as former teammate and rival of many of the 500 players. Cat is going to catch them off, making their way in from Speedway and back towards Spawn. B-Raps could be on the table, especially if they see nothing else towards mid.
Yeah, 500 are just keeping this pressure up, but they are going to be hit very heavily by this HE if it's timed well. Everyone's hearing the rap coming through construction.
Time the utility placed, just off kills, giving Rainwaker and Oxygen two fantastic opening headshots. Zaz and Cat are down. Anna forced to rotate back and regroup with Bubble and 23, who are in a 5-on-3 against them.
That looked to be the perfect read, and it's just a pure site collapse for the CTs.
Bubble spotting one player at Dark. That's information to gain against a single individual, but there's plenty more to find. Cirque reveals himself, falls back into the church. 23 gets away with one decent kill, but Red Star has traded. Bubble, another good trade, fragged out by Oxygen, who takes a second headshot on 23. 3 kills in the round for him, and a pistol win for 500.
Yeah, Bubble played 411 maps on HLTV with Red Star. This was mainly over the 2021 period under the Voivoda and Fiend organization. 500 will look at that one and say pack and group. Maybe that's not so much a key factor in this kind of best of one, but maybe an exploitation of how they can defeat Imperial Valkyries with keeping the basics tight, making sure trading's really good, and outpower them that way.
Solid start to be expected out of the 500 side. Imperial down to the SMGs early on, forcing the issue into the second round here. A steal. Throwing the momentum right back up to 500, but actually have to get it in effect, and for Bubble it's not quite as effective. Anna and Zaz doing a little bit better with a couple of kills, but trades return just as quickly, and all of a sudden it's a 1v4 for 23.
It didn't really feel like a force buy, did it? All of that counteraction and the stack towards top banana doesn't find much success at all. Now, when I look at Imperial Valkyries, 2 Inferno officials on record, one of which that happened at Katowice, is basically the same situation as what's happening today. Bubble, the head coach, substitutes in, he comes in to replace Tori. So that doesn't help when you don't have your in-game leader in the server. Bubble has 2,402 maps played on HLTV, but he's not a player anymore. 500 take that anti-force buy pretty cleanly and look to try and get another 3-0 start. Like to get off to a good beginning here.
I think that Katowice showing really demonstrated how he isn't a player anymore.
Well, let's think about it. Coaches standing into play. Who's been the best one that we've casted in a little while? I probably want to say maybe Disturbed on Havu. Like, I'm kind of thinking about the previous Tier 2 lineups. There's very few coaches that have been able to come in and actually hold weight.
What range of time are we talking?
Oh, we'll give it a few years. Yeah, give it a
years. Because the first one that comes to my mind was, I think it was Berry who coached Sprout at the Elisa Masters.
Yeah,
Remember
that's not a bad
stage
one.
For that one? Like,
yeah.
that was sort of like the first thing that came to my mind, because look, they did pretty decently, all things considered.
Yeah, they did do okay.
Definitely not quite as okay for Imperial in the early part of this matchup. 500, as you mentioned before, making light work of what was a force buy of SMGs. They will at least have the one in for 23.
Hang on a second, Jay. I've just realized who's the #1, and it's a local team. It's got to be Tom Case from the Sinners, no?
Oh, yeah, of course.
He was actually quite decent. Ex-pro himself, but when he was standing in and helping out Neofrag and Oscar and all those guys, yeah, he actually looked pretty good.
How can I forget about Tom Case, man? Oh, I feel
local
ashamed.
hero.
Definitely a local hero. Might see him at Prague. Never know. We see like a 23 in Bubble here in this round. USP of Zaz getting off on one particular frag for Red Star. Circumspelling quickly trading. Not too much in this one. The SMG on 23 was wiped out very quickly into the round, so nothing else for Anna here. 1 versus 4. 500. Take the 3-0 start for their T side beginnings. And the Rifles will return from Imperial in the next.
Well, I'm really intrigued to see how Eklot are going to do against European teams, because the sort of nature of the Czechoslovakian scene over the last couple of years is it's kind of Sinners and Eklot that always do well at these Tipsport lands. Always go deep, always get into grand finals. Sometimes you get a Unity that maybe puts off a little bit of an upset, but it's normally just those two. And now we're in a position where you don't have to play local teams to qualify. You've got to be playing European teams, and that's something that we have not seen in this circuit. This is a brand new debut for this sort of lineup.
It's very true. Lots of things to think about here in the Grand Swiss stage. We're seeing all 16 teams repeating themselves in the next couple of days as well when round 2 gets underway. Getting very few opportunities to break here in the Conquest of Prague. Very few opportunities to break as well for the Imperial side. Of course, with their coach no longer being standing behind them, he'll have to provide as much assistance as he can in and out of the server. He's on the M4 for this rifle buy. Anazorp set towards mid. Not going to extend too far around, not wary of the 500 side, who will get easy access to Banana as a result. Now Imperial play this setup. A little bit of prod towards apps, but nothing major in terms of the map control.
I'm just not feeling that there's a lot of pressure going down towards Banana at the moment. You got some retaking nades being lined up from Zaz, but it's just being brute forced consistently by the Bulgarians. Account on the other side, trying to see if they can push the T's forward, but instead they just respect the utility. As soon as both the smoke and the incendiary goes down towards the half wall, 500 just retreat.
They're retaking nades from Zaz, of course. Stopping 500 in their tracks, and there's no real need for them to force the issue or disrespect that utility. They can play for time, and they can probably still win the fights later.
Well, I want to see Imperial Valkyries be a bit more active, create a little bit more movement in the mid-round, because at the moment, it feels like they're just contesting with nades and then sitting back and playing really defensively. Oxygen just gets caught jiggling down, and then this is the reaction. Zaz to retake the space. Good movement there.
Doesn't see anybody, though. Unable to get that AK either. So it's just information to recognize that nobody's out in Banana more directly. They'll leave Anna posted as a result and start to stack up on this A-bomb site. Right call to make as well. Smokes at long, indicating that short is going to be the push. 23 posted alongside Bubble here. Mini pit. And over on the site now, Zaz in the open as well. 3 players on the site. Crossfire. Zaz gets 2 out of it. Wonderful triple sequence from Zaz. Rainmaker can get 2 back on the trades, but Cat's there to close. And Imperial look pretty decent for their first.
Well, fundamentally, that's a good call. Not only have you won an opening AWP pick out there towards Banana, but you've retaken the space. You've seen that there's nothing else there, so you've forced the over-rotations. You've pretty much got 4 defenders on that A-bomb site before the execute comes in. You've got tight crossfires. Notice how no one's really over-peaking there. You've got a tuck 23. Bubble's also doing that on the bomb side. It allows Zaz to sort of play on the contact of the other 2. Imperial Valkyries will be happy with their first, but they haven't quite been able to cinch that reset. It could come if they follow up here.
They're looking for opportunities left, right, and center for them, so round here could be one of those key opportunities. Nice nade on Oxygen to start things off. HE to 40. Smokes. Again, that incendiary from Zaz, the retaking set, but this time they are going to disrespect it. They're going to push forward and get the kill against her. Cat flash blinded, just able to win that first fight, not quite that second. Damage on Red Star for a half a kill, but not fully down all the way. 4v3 for 500, they have that B bomb site. Difficult retake to make happen, so much so that 23 is not rotating.
I can really respect the disrespect in that situation there, Jay. Just knowing that it's back-to-back rounds of retaking nades, let's not give them anything. Let's just try and fully commit. You could feel that Zaz was just caught napping. She was under the expectation that they were going to respect. They're going to fall back, and it's going to be the same outcome. And that's the split decision, and that's good game sense from 500. And you're going to expect that from a top team in Tier 2. Those micro adjustments on how quickly that they can make a counter decision.
We'll go 4-1 on 500's board. Imperial had an opportunity to start to flip this scoreline back on its head, but like you said, had to take it. Didn't end up doing so. 23 and Anna will have to hold on to these weapons, keep them in for the next round, which won't really have a lot around there. At least Zaz can buy, they can drop some guns, so you should see some semblance of a buy here.
Now, Bubble played 316 maps on HLTV with Spellin, so funny enough, 2 in-game leaders on the same team at one point. And that was mainly over 2017 and 2018 under Windigo. We're talking about 7 or 8 years back. And the Valkyries, they know that while they got themselves a good opener with that sort of start with the gun round, we need to see more consistency from them, and especially when it's a best-of-1, right? You've got to take your chances early. You start getting on the wrong side of the economy, constantly being reset, constantly ecoing, you're going to have a tough time adapting. You even see Oxygen with the OG chair behind him. Remember when he was on OG Academy? Yeah. Had a little chance on an international break. I know that he played with Entropic after that. I played with sort of Marix and Tizian and those kind of players before he came back into the Bulgarian scene.
Thought he was going to be the next Bulgarian to break out to the international space, but Didn't quite work out that way. 500 things are working out pretty well for, again, to 1 on the board. Imperial will get their buy back, lacking in helmets for a couple of players and lacking in utility for Ana especially. Utility resistance was out in that previous couple of rounds, then become a bit of a concern. Utility sends Zaz to try and force the issue forward, take one player down, unable to convert upon the second. Counter Incendiary, got to get used by Cat, got to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, fundamentally, it's the right call there from Imperial, but it's a slight lack of an advantage to not be able to multi up there. You expect Zaz to get 2 kills with the lineup, not to be, and being quite stagnant, not creating a lot of movement out there on the short side, just because pressure's starting to build on B. Now, Bubbles come back, and he's got util, so he can try and chuck that over to his teammate of Cad, and then you can just recycle that smoke down there.
Stalling for all the time in the world here, 500. Pressured by the clock in a moment's time. You mentioned a secondary smoke of banana means that position might not be viable anymore for the Bulgarians. Still up by a player. Spellen's going to try and sell some sort of execution here. Just get instantly counteracted by the Incendiary. And again, a smoke at the ready. Not going to get utilized yet, though. 500 are going into the A site.
And it's starting to over-rotate. 23 is going to have to do bomb plant denial and multi-frag. That's the only way that this round is winnable.
Molotov sent, flashes over, CT start their rotation game, and Ana does connect one AWP shot from range, looking back down towards the bomb site, just spotted out with a player at pit. 23 undetected on the bomb site, catching the bomb carrier. Has that done enough? No, they'll get back and plant it just in time for 500. A moment's notice, Imperial damn near stole the round. There's a 2v2 for the retake, Cat and Bubble joining together and moving in towards long. A HE lands pretty close to 1.
Yeah, Rainwaker's got another HE. This is just more chip damage against the retakers.
Cat to 27 points of health now. M4 walking up. Player in graveyard, not watching her for the time being. Spellen might get caught off guard here. They start leaning. They don't check it all the way. Back to turn in this elevated position. And Spellen can take one. Rainwaker can follow up on the other. 500 extend the lead even more.
And Imperial Valkyries probably get themselves in a pretty good position there. You've got the AWP on rotate that moves away but gets back towards Library, so it can at least have that impact on the first contact of the short players coming up. 23 on the bomb site, does bomb plant denial, but just can't quite get that multi, can't quite get that secondary kill. And this is 500 feeling like they're being pressured in some of these rounds, but then you look at the scoreline, you think it's 5-1, and it's about to be 6-1. And you just wonder how many more sort of 2v2s are we going to get until this best of 1 is just completely over.
It's one of those things we talk about when it comes to scorelines and weighing up how teams do using that as a metric and compared to the eye test and assessing how the rounds have gone. Equally so, though. 500 only a single round away from having the minimum 6 and then from getting the half outright. Once we hit that 13, the match is over regardless of what happened in the interim. Not much that Imperial can do to resist this 6th round posted up by the T side line. It's only pistols and a half buy. There are a number of players that might face down Rainwaker if he gets unlucky, but they're not forming up to take that map control. And it's like you said earlier, you want to see them getting more active. Well, they're only now starting to take back short. Meanwhile, 500 are moving on towards the B-bomb site. Rainwaker's going to challenge onto those players, pushing the issue as well. Bubble will get caught. And next on the chopping block, down and out to the rifle. 2 players standing for Imperial Valkyries. Really nothing that they can do other than just accept their fates. This bomb site has been taken and 500 will not be losing a retake here.
Yeah, I remember when the MRQ was on, Bubble was pulling up his own individual stream, and he was actually streaming some of the demos back from 500. It was in Bulgarian, so he was sort of talking to just his local viewers. But you expect him as a coach to have a decent understanding of what to expect, but it's different to know what is happening on the server than being able to adapt to it, right? And being able to generate a game plan and what you're able to counter with, especially when you're not meant to be the caller today, when you've come in with the mindset of understanding their map pool, knowing some of the tendencies, and then all of a sudden, just before the best of 1 comes in, you realize that Tori can't play. 500 will feel that at the moment, things are pretty easy, and so they should be. This should be a cruisy start to their 1-0 campaign in the Swiss stage.
We're not seeing enough of Imperial Valkyries yet to throw any doubts into that assessment of right now. 6-1. 500 can't lose the half. Imperial We'll be looking to tie things up if they go flawless for the next 5. They'll have their weapon buys, of course. The AWP in for Ana. M4s for everybody else. Utility sets are also pretty decent for the most part. Ana set towards mid for that first shot. Flick missed against Cirque, unable to take him down.
Yeah, finally an adaptation towards Banana. We've seen rather than just counter util and back and forth dispersers of the HEs, they're actually going aggressively and taking all the way. And getting Zaz out there towards the logs. Rainwaker on a good timing. He's just going to walk apps, though. Does he spot the pit player on the right timing? The AK comes out, and 23 losers.
Zaz and Bubble get trading, but Ana's fallen in turn, so it's a 3-on-3. Smokes towards long. Spellen's going to get right out of there. This is all just a lurk play. Back off. The bomb still up towards top of mid. Can make his way into Padana, where Zaz will be lying in wait. 500. A little bit less noise, but revealing their hand just as quickly here. If they can overwhelm the one player, then this might be enough. Incendiary up, counter smokes in. HG's come down against her. However, the time stalling is good to get Cat to position, so they've got 2 defenders to resist against, and the backstab inbound as well.
Yeah, Cat's going to try and see if she can fade that CT smoke. There was a chance of a boost up. Zaz comes in to try and get that first kill, but there is just no support as Bubble's coming in from Banana. M4 gets nothing, and now it's a 2v1.
4 Bulgarians left here, the 3 that remain alive. 1 man moving up, and Spellen is going to catch Bubble pretty quickly at that 500. Now have the half of the 6-round lead. All looking good for them.
And one of my biggest criticisms that I've had with Imperial Valkyries over the majority of this year, Jay, has to be Ana's impact on the big green. Now, she's been touted over the last couple of years as the #1 female player, and there's no denying that LAN performances or online performances in the impact scene are second to none. She is the #1 player. However, I haven't seen that in the majority of the Tier 2 online cups, and I've actually felt that it's normally 23 as one of the heavier anchors that's been the more creative player, the more threatening one. It's about trying to just adapt to the different levels, and I think Bubble was kind of talking about that in the interview, is it is a completely different level from playing an impact to playing here.
Well, at the moment, it's Zaz delivering the numbers for the Imperial side. 7 kills for her name. Flacked in to continue to try and provide it. Oxygen takes that opening kill pretty quickly. That's the rifle gone as well. I think the HG's blown it out of contention to Seeker side as well. Bubble's trying to get it back, but Oxygen sprays through that smoke. Cat's SMG will now be alone to hold on to the B-bomb site. And Imperial trying to bring the fight to 500, trying to get an advantage over them early. It's just not happening, though.
And I kind of wonder, Jay, at what point, if the results are just demoralizing consistently, when do you stop accepting tournament invites in Tier 2 online? I mean, could that be beneficial? Of just saying, look, even though we're in a position that we can accept it, it's better to not for just the mental state of the team. I mean, this is just online official after online official where it's just not even close.
The gap grows ever more. Zana goes down. All 5 will maintain their lives on the 500 side, and it's a valid thing to think about.
I mean, you would expect, right, from just the mathematical standpoint, with the losses of the bounties against teams that you're playing, surely you could protect that VRS rank better if you're only playing Impact, no?
That's true, but then what are you building towards?
Well, being the #1 female team and getting LAN experience there, I mean, it's a good point. Like, what are you really gaining? I don't know.
You definitely, if you don't accept any of the invites for the tournaments, then you're going to lose those points anyway. So it's not an easy situation to tackle, honestly, because there is a point towards it all. Oxygen just quickly makes a point of taking that opening frag on Zaz. 11 kills for him, leading the charge of the 500 kill counts. HG's returning. Oxygen will go down eventually to Cat. The 2 overzealous in that particular firefight, but a 4v4. That still leaves Imperial slightly worse for wear.
At least they've got the control towards the top of Banana, but it's been Ana and 23 struggling towards A to try and keep the trades up to make sure the impact is consistent. And Resmoke can go down towards the apartments, and there's a rotation from Bubble, but Ana needs to get this connection in brackets.
That's a long peek in the short, goes completely without utility support, so Ana does get her kill in. Ready to counteract for the long presence, but they're burning out towards short. They're going to hear that information as Spell and Red Star start entering, and Ana's just left completely hung out to dry there. Cat 1v3, As the A site collapses in a matter of moments, 500 show exactly why they are favourites in this best of one.
Well, that's just a moment right there where it actually looks quite promising. You've got 3 players on A. You've got the AWP that's not only got a kill, but doing damage because of the tags in the incendiary. And then it's just it's a collapse, and it makes you kind of question. Maybe you have to go back in the demo to see what's happened exactly, but why is the crossfire not strong enough? Why is there not at least one traded kill happening? I mean, we'll see it on the replays. It was just kill after kill, and all of them are 1v1 fights being offered.
There's a small gap being exploited there on short. Second tactical from Imperial being called in. One came out early. But again, with Bubble being in server, you do not have that 6th pair of eyes. You do not have that individual who can weigh things up from a non-biased perspective and give the next step forward.
Yeah, Bubble played 99 maps on HLTV with Oxygen. This was mainly over the early 2023 period, I should say, under Voivoda and 359. The thing is, at the moment, Oxygen just running up Banana, isn't he? He's just coming up, and he's taken first contact. They have not been able to slow him down. They have not been able to adapt to slow the entry fragger, who's not only creating space, but opening these 5v4 opportunities.
I was going to say, it seems like a little bit too early to see Oxygen in 2013. Zaz, just clotheslined by Oxygen. Again, another opening frag and Banana. Cat flash blinded with a HE combination as well. Nice and effective for Oxygen. Again, another kill in, 13 on the board for him. Bubble trying to force them out of position. Boom, body blocked by Oxygen again. Does manage to get that fight together, but has to run away because there's 3 more around the corner. He's a second teammate is joining Bubble, but Red Star's trying to run him down. We'll get that frag in. Anna now be joined by 23 on a counter rotation. Anna's been undetected back here at Newbox, but as 23 has gone down, it's all her to win the rest of the round. She gets that first kill in. They'll know that A site is completely open, so if they wanted to, Spelling could rotate this bomb back towards A, but Red Star finishes it with a frag instead at 10-1 near the dying stages of this half. It is 500 doing what we thought they would do.
Well, I think what is quite clear, Jay, is that post Yellow Compass closed qualifier, we have not seen much change for the girls. They were averaging just over 2 rounds per best of 1 in that tournament, and they are currently 110 down. And it's just that these gun rounds feel as if they're over within the first 20 to 30 seconds. We haven't had that many mid-rounds to late rounds where there's at least a chance, there's at least a man advantage, or just something that's shifting in their favor. Oh boy, tough one to watch.
Indeed it is. Spray through, easy pickings for Anna and Kat, who actually do manage to get a man advantage this time. Unable to hold it forever though. Oxygen takes one back. Very little tag damage done to the remaining 3 players at the 500 side. Zaz on the contrary, 48 HP for her. Playing from 23 has gone out towards second mid and was going down underpass. Oxygen's about to face her though, so maybe a matter of time before she gets picked up.
Yeah, it's good clearance here from 500. Notice how quick they're being to getting in positions where they're just clearing everything. They're making sure all of these tucked and cubby angles they do not have a CT.
They know the weaknesses of their defaults. 23's exploitation will not be allowed. Kill found again for Oxygen. 3 on 3 now.
Yeah, Anna's going to try and retake some space while they double up on B. And they're sitting on the edge of this banana smoke, and they could be going up against Spellin. You've got the AK just getting 1. Now, even just a jiggle against Bubble is just going to give them the tell the last player's here, and then you could just run it into B. Round's over from here.
Another impossible clutch for Anna. From 5v3 to 1v3. This round started with decent promise for Imperial, but much like how the rest of the match has gone, that promise has been countered and returned so effectively and efficiently by the 500 side. This opening half will be an 11-1, and there's really not much that she can do about it as well. Come back to that disappointment, the hoping that Imperial will show some good quality Counter-Strike, but unfortunately that's not happened. 500 dominance, as you would expect.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Pure confidence is the only thing you can really use to describe how 500 have approached this first half. 11-1 is the turning half scoreline. Imperial Valkyries have shown us a little sign, a couple of glimpses of promise, but nothing has amounted to a good best of one here, Blake.
No, and perhaps more officials are required from them. I'd like to see them play more involved in the unranked tournaments in Tier 2 and Tier 3, because I think more reps are certainly required if you want to face off against this level of competition.
Well, as it stands, they've already lost this opening frag of their T-side half. A pistol win is going to be required to even stay alive, and Zaz going down doesn't seem to indicate that they're going to take this round. 500. Frag found towards Banana. They just fall back, take no damage. They wait for Imperial to continue their press spread out on the default, hunting for a pick. Cat does get one quick drive-by, a good peek in on Spellin. Red Star going to try and trade it back very quickly, though. USP watching for the player at Coffins. Rainwaker instead pops his head above ground, takes the kill. 23 with a trade back. Struggling from Oxygen here. Loses his own life, so it is a 2 versus 3 for 500 to retake on.
And now we get to see what Rainwaker's going to look like in a clutch. Really good late round player, same as Red Star, so watch out for the synergy between the two ex-teammates.
Boost to allow Rainwaker to look up and over that smoke. They keep away from being spotted too early, though. Does not want to give the game over. Imperial Valkyries have themselves posted on and outside of the bomb side. That drop-off's going to be heard. They know the boost was in effect now. Red Star taking engagements, takes a small bit of attack damage on that Goosh. Rainwaker takes Anna 23 with a decent trade. Red Star can take one back, but it's almost as good for the trade back, and Bubble will finally get his licks in. But the second round goes on the board of Imperial.
Well, I think we see Cat doing some pretty good work out there towards top Banana, gets a drive-by, puts the smoke down, tries to put just enough pressure on B to hold the CTs on rotation, and then out there towards the apartments. Oxygen does struggle massively. Should be getting 1, maybe 2 kills in that sort of scenario. Instead, it's whiff bullets, and it's an instant capitalization there from Anna. Bubble gets the requirement of the final kill, but Force Spy is going to come back in, and Spellin, out of all players, the in-game leader is going to go and get an M4.
Okay.
And maybe that's what Red Star's new role is. Mate, you're coming back? Yeah, you're dropping everything. I'm going to give you a Deagle, but I want an M4.
And see if Spellin can make good on it. He's the only player over on the B defensive, which unfortunately for him is exactly where Imperial are leaning to. So he's going to make good on this M4. It will be quite a lot of good. At least he spots that first player. He gets right back to Red Star, who gives him even more equipment, a utility. Sent over to him on the smoke.
I feel like they can't even cancel B. Because they don't have a lurk in second mid or anyone towards brackets, finally they're getting 23 a little bit further aggressive, but they need more map control towards this sort of brackets area before they can start considering a B cancel.
Especially because there's 4 players that are watching brackets either directly or indirectly here. Oxygen takes nades down against him. Red Star gets 1 pick out of it. Deagle again missing out from the pistol. Goes down to 23, who also follows up on Cirque, a triple. Imperial making light work of this next force up from the 500 side. Spellin suddenly a lot of pressure towards him, and actually still might be able to get a few kills out of this round. 4 players over at Banana though, so is it a 1 for done? Flashbang doesn't even give him a chance to get the kill in. Zaz, Mac 10, not quite as powerful as Spellin's M4. Spellin will win that fight, but took a lot of damage in return, so plant secured. Rifle is running for it. Imperial will stave off the map point for now.
A nice little prod there from 23. So she puts the HE down, which does a lot of chip damage towards Oxygen, and it just draws the CTs into the fight. She doesn't overcommit, doesn't overswing. Instead, it's sort of a jiggle into a backtrack, and that just forces all of the 500 players to overpeak, to try and get that trade back, and it just doesn't really come. Spellin could hold on to the M4, save that back. Rainwaker could do the exact same thing, that they can hope that they don't get hunted here, that they can bring something forward into the eco. Now we start talking about a small round streak, and look, this is just what we kind of want to see. Imperial get comfortable with their T-side default, get an understanding of the pacing, and start working a game plan on how they can at least give themselves a few rounds of competition.
Start working your way up. That's all you need to do sometimes, just take it step by step. You think that the overarching comeback, leave that to us for now. And take this next round with a pretty easy basis to work with as well. Eco's only available for the players that fell. So, again, unless Spellen or Rainwaker does something really silly in this round, you're expecting Imperial to take it. Draft up a few more rounds before 500 will return. The true firepower of the rifle buys the next.
You got the OMP9 in a close range position. Rainwaker just wants to try and get one before falling off.
It's the first player, sticks around, however, in a boiler, and 23 offers herself up. Spellen also follows up on Zaz. Oh, this is exactly what I feared. The automatic weapons stepping up at the right moment. Imperial have lost bomb access and control. Mac 10 players are all that remain, and from range, they can't deal with Rainwaker, who's just got 3 kills in. Bubble, last player out, finally puts him down. That's 1 kill out of 4 required in this clutch. Maybe secure a bomb plant here with the smoke providing a little bit extra cover, so that way the buy in the next will look pretty decent from Imperial. But this should have been their round. Instead, 500 now out to get to match point, and 9 of them available for them.
Yeah, that's an absolute shocker from Imperial Valkyries. And the reason it is, Jay, is that there is separation in the protocol. Now, you come into brackets, and you've got players that are taking long space, wrapping towards A. Instead, you've got an MP9 from Rainwaker. There's 2 options. You either fight him as a team or you leave him. And it's that indecision, isn't it? It's that hesitation where half the team's doing their own thing and then the other half is kind of trying to fight against the boiler player. The bomb gets dropped and the round is just over from here. And they needed to leave Rainwaker straight away, or at least give 23 a chance. Give her another teammate that can help her out. And Rainwaker should not have been able to make a round happen, and that forces a very uncomfortable reset. You've got the AWP out, but it's a lucky util, and it's 2 Galils to follow for both Bubble and Zaz.
Only enabled by that bomb plant bonus, though, so it could have been much worse. Well, there are many more worse positions to be in. Down by 9 rounds of facing a match point that 500 have been owed for a while. Where do you even go from here? Red Star. Pushing that M4 up towards the smoke. The forward man of the B defensive. Tagging down Zaz for less than 30. Not much from Imperial here.
Imperial just hoping to catch a bit of a lucky timing out here towards Banana in case any of the CTs get too aggressive. And back and forth with the util. There's actually not that much left for 500. 1 more re-smoke on B. Red Star's got nothing to back up Spellen. Imperial have 4 players in the bomb that are prodding out here towards the brackets, but it's a very defensive A setup. Everyone is tucked.
Bubble trying to bait information, takes a lot of damage. Anna does connect the kill onto Rainwaker, though, so starting up the AWP from Imperial now. Advantage turned up to their favor. Could be traded just as quickly, though. 2 low HP players, and Imperial are lacking time here. They need to hit the bomb site.
I'm pretty sure Red Star spotted this timing. Yeah, he knows Anna's here.
Pick against her. Spellen, kill found. Return back to an even stance by Cat. They need that plant, though. 10 seconds to it. Bubble will cross, put it down. You've got 23 on low HP. Bubble's been tagged. And a 3-on-3 retake that 500 are well in the game for.
Oh, I wonder if they actually go for it, though. I mean, they've only got a single flash, and money's not ideal. They might have a little prod, but in the back of their minds, they might be thinking about the save in this scenario.
They're searching all these corners. 20 seconds have gone by. Flashbang in. Couple of kits available as Red Star will need the forward man without the kit. Sees Bubble, takes the spray, doesn't quite win it, and Bubble takes 2 kills back instead. So it seems like Imperial will stay alive. Cirque will look for exits, but the round goes the way of the T's. The round goes the way of the Valkyries. 1 out of 9 in a row still required.
Cirque actually opts against the AWP. Holds on to the AK, knows that he's got enough money to invest in the big AWP himself. 500. It works out okay that they can get themselves another good-looking buy, but that's certainly one of those scenarios where that was a pretty big risk to go in for the retake. If they had a molly, would have helped force those players out, flood open the bomb site. And you expect, well, if you don't close in the last, then you're probably going to close here in round 17.
Pretty likely. Red Star making the short of that nade damage, still hugging that corner, but Cat's going to get the kill. Spellin could be a big trouble, but Cat peeks into him as well. One more player in the backside, that's Rainwaker, hiding behind Nubox. Cat's going to check out all these corners. They're going quickly into the bomb site, and Rainwaker to strike. Zaz isolated to another good 1v1 fight. The Rainwaker will turn to an even stance at the 3-on-3. The bomb was pushed up there as well, but it didn't fully commit. Bubble thinks the smarter idea is to rotate back and work on the A play, which we've still got a couple of lurkers playing for at the moment. Cirque about to run into one of them. Anna, did she hear the footsteps? I think she might have done. Oxygen on the bomb site in the meantime, waiting for contact. A fight that Cirque wins. Oxygen takes one more back as Bubble again to try and clutch it. 21 points of health for him, though. It looks like this game's over.
Indeed it does. Bubble could have a smoke, so he can put it down towards Moto, but he needs a miracle to even get the first contact of a kill.
Oh, it doesn't even land that well either. Second smoke down towards short. But they know their entry path here, 500. Bubble knows it too. Looking for contact, looking for a spray. Will tag one player rather low. They almost line up for him, but he fails to pull the trigger in time. So it will end 13-4. 500 dominating their way through their opening game here in the Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, just left a bit disappointed at the end there. I thought Imperial Valkyries could have shown a lot more than what they actually did. 500 completely decimated, and it was a very easy victory. They'll look at today and say, right, we've come in, we've performed well, we get ourselves the win. That's all that really matters. Doesn't really matter about the scoreline at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were discussing the whole factor of who's going to take the confident win here, and it felt like it was going to be 500. It was going to be more of a case that if they were going to take anything out of this, it would be a decent scoreline for the Imperial Valkyries side, and that just didn't quite happen. Again, seeing those bright sparks at the very beginning with some of these rounds and how they played out on the T side for the Valkyries, but ultimately there just wasn't enough in it, and that can't be too shocking, all things considered. You hope for more. I certainly hope for more, but that's not what we see all that frequently. It's not what we've seen today.
No, and it makes you wonder what is missing. I mean, what is it? How were the opening games of the year competitive? And then almost every game since then has just not even been close. I don't know if it's a mentality thing. I don't know if it's a focus at this sort of level, whether the main focus is in the impact leagues and prepping for the female teams. But there's just a disconnect. And it's a real shame that we're not seeing any of that threat being generated anymore.
Yeah, and again, like I'm always hopeful that we see a little bit more of that Imperial Valkyries that we saw during Blast Bounty, during those Tier 1 competitions, but just the fact that we're not seeing it here and now, all that means is that it just continues to be a continuous problem for them. So they'll go down in the 0-1 matches here for the Swiss stage in the next round, and they'll become the first victims of today's opening games. However, many more to come, of course, for 500. It's a good confident start for them, and hopefully it'll be a good confident start for the other teams involved here today.
Yeah, 500 are going to look at the majority of the field and say, we know a lot of these names. We play them quite consistently in Tier 2, so let's get the best of ones over and done with. Let's get into the best of threes, and let's try and get a good seed. Let's try and aim for not only the decided best of threes, but to get ourselves in the conversation as one of the top 4 teams that will qualify to LAN.
Well, let's see how far they go with it. Of course, we're going to head towards a very short break. When we come back, it will be our next best of 1 here in the opening games. Passion UA will take on Sashi, 2 teams that have certainly been at higher highs, but can they reach those here today? We'll find out when we return.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Hello Topa, thank you so much for coming to the interview. In your first match, you play against Sashi. How familiar is your team with that opponent?
Hey, thank you for inviting me. I would like to speak with you, of course, about this. We are ready, to show already, what we got, what we already prepared, and all of us really excited, to start the officials matches. And I think, where versus Sashi, it's gonna be comfortable match, and we gonna shoot we're gonna fight that as we much can.
So you think it will be a tough match? So you need to fight well, right?
Actually, I don't think so. It depends how we will start. Basically, in BO1, of course, it's MR12, so it can be everything. Every little mistake can get you cut off. Let's say, yeah. For 2 or 3 rounds. So we just need to put focus on exactly that round, and that's it.
Yeah, of course, when it comes to luck, it can be tricky, but still, you can be counted among the favorites of the tournament. Do you feel the same, or you disagree and you think maybe you can be dark horse?
I mean, we can be for sure a dark horse, but I don't want to say too much for it. So we just need to show what we capable of.
And what about motivation to play this tournament? Is the biggest motivation maybe the opportunity to play LAN in Prague, or still the VRS points are the most important, I think?
Of course, like VRS points, really important for us. But at the same time, we just want to get this LAN experience. Like every LAN experience is insane, like for all of the players. So we just aiming for all tournaments what we have.
You said yourself that you are focusing on yourself, your team, and your performance. But what do you think about other teams? What are the most dangerous teams on this tournament for you?
I would say in BV1, it depends to the map and the team, but in best of 3, I would say we can we can't we're gonna fight with everyone, so it's not a big deal,
Okay, and when it comes to other teams from the top, you may be compared to maybe Navi Juniors and teams like that. Are you looking forward to meet them at another official tournament?
Yeah, for sure. We will be happy to play and meet the strongest teams on this tournament.
Okay, then good luck at the whole tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Maybe see you in Prague.
Yeah, see you.
Hello, Topa. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. In your first match, you... Thank you so much for coming to the interview. With a new roster finished this year, but with a strong core, how is the adaptation process going right now for your team?
I think we had a rough start to 2025. We made some changes that should on paper have been better for us, but we couldn't find a way to play together. So we had a rough beginning of 2025, but I think with Becky coming into the team, it looks like we are starting to find some level again. So I'm really happy where we are right now.
And where do you even position your team in terms of Danish teams? Because there is a lot of great Danish teams, a lot of great Danish players. So where do you position your teams in your community?
I think right now the best Danish team is OG with the 3 Danes there, and then we have the struggles in Astralis, so they are of course number 2 in Denmark right now, and then I think we are fighting for the 3rd spot together with fnatic. They have won against us twice, and we have won against them 1 time. So I think it's pretty close between us and fnatic right now, but it seems like every time we meet Astralis on land, we beat them. So we just need to get back to the bigger lanes again, and then I think we can show our real level again.
So that should be your biggest priority for this season, to get back to that level?
Yeah, that's for sure what I want this team to be at. But I still think it's hard. There's so many online tournaments. We play the same 20 team every single week or month. And it seems like we can't find ourselves against the CIS team. So right now it's rough for us, but I think if we keep improving like we have done with Becky, I think we can be back to beat them again.
For sure. And what is your biggest priority at this tournament? Getting to LAN in Prague, or collecting as much VRS points as possible?
The VRS points is, of course, really important, so you can get advice in the other months. But I think we have set some clear goals for this tournament. We want to get into the top 4. We want to get back to LAN, where you can get even more points. So we will do our best to get a top 4 position in this tournament, but it will also be hard for us with so many good teams here. But I think everything is possible when you play online CS.
You're starting against Passion UA. When it comes to Tipsport odds, it should be pretty even match. Do you feel the same, or you consider yourself as favorite?
I think it's a 50-50 game. We don't know where they stand right now. Vovo coming into the team, he's one of the best CIS MVPs out there, and Dem Kuku is a really good anchor as well. So I think they have good have done two good changes to the team. So I think it's going to be a hard game, and we cannot prepare for them. It's a new team, so we're going to play our own and hope we can win the game in that manner.
Then we are going to look forward to intense game. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the whole tournament.
Thank you.
And well, welcome back to the Conquest of Prague, rolling on to our second match of the day and our sixth game here in the opening stages of the Swiss stage. Passion UA will do battle against Sashi. And as I said before the breakaway, two teams that certainly have been at the highs of the Tier 2 space, but right now, not so much.
And it feels weird to call this team Passion UA, because if I'm looking at the players, mate, this could be Monty, this could be Ikla, this could be kind of any other Ukrainian CIS name, and not Passion. This roster has been gutted. This is such a different look to where we are now in April than where we were at the end of last year.
Yeah, and I guess you could kind of say it was somewhat expected due to the nature of them losing two of their key pieces. Obviously, you can't do much about Fear and Jambo departing the roster for greener pastures on Fnatic, but what you have to do is deal with it regardless. I think I've said this in the past. It's not their fault, but it's something they're going to have to handle, and it seems like handling it has been just making changes up the wazoo. Zero Fix has gone, S-Chiller is gone, the coach, ex-coach of Kane, he's gone now. So you got a very, very different roster, and you are right that there's so many other Ukrainian squads in previous years that seem to have composed this brand new Passion UA side.
Well, you've now got Warrior 2K and Demka making their debut for this new Passion UA roster, and I think this is two fairly well-established names. I think Demka really proved what he could do on that bait organization moving into Monty, and then Warrior 2K pretty much did the exact same thing with him. So you've got a dynamic duo that bring a lot of experience. It's just about elevating this team to at least a similar level of where they were peaking towards the end of 2024.
And you would hope that at the very least the names on the roster would give you some indication of them having some decency about them. But the question is will that decency compound right here in theory, or translate that theory into practice? Now, of course, the reason why Passion UA haven't been at the top end of the Tier 2 space is because of the fact they've had to make so many roster changes and they haven't quite settled as of yet. Don't think you can say the same thing about Sashi, though.
No, this is a Sashi side where Core 3 dates back to what? Over a year now. Zyphon joined the team at the beginning of January. Becky has joined a few weeks ago. And this is a guy that played on, funny enough, Sashi Academy back in the day. He played on Preezy Rising, which was their academy team, and then played with Preezy most recently with Patty and Asilian, some okay names that we know in the Tier 2 landscape. But this is a massive jump. I mean, Becky's got 200 maps played on HLTV, and now he's going up against some real veterans in the Tier 2 Danish scene.
Look, credit to him, he spent about a year on that Preezy main roster, so he's obviously well practiced in how a proper, like, structured Danish team should be able to approach things. But you are right, like, the majority of the competitions that Preezy were playing were very low level, what would now be considered unranked tournaments back in 2024. A lot of qualifiers for some low level competitions that never really went anywhere, or high level competitions that ended extremely early. So, like, very, very different ballpark from him. And outside of that, you know, that record and that time during the Preezy side, or what he's been able to achieve, rather, with Preezy, to be more specific, we don't really know a whole lot about what he can do at the moment.
Well, what we know is that we're not recycling older players, and I think Hunden spoke about it, that we had players on paper, didn't quite work. I mean, you had Mistar in the team most recently, Alltex was in there, I know Nico was playing for a little bit of time, so I think it's really nice that a young up-and-coming player is getting this chance, right? We're talking about a 19-year-old that's fresh to this level, so I actually rate the move quite highly for Sashi. The problem is they've not backed it up with results. It's been a rough 2025. Most recently, they played at that LAN tournament, the BYOC, out in Sweden. And while they beat Eyeballers in their opening game, they couldn't progress further than the semis. They ended up going to the third, fourth place decider, where they lost out to Draken's Johnny Speeds. So that was a little bit of a taste of LAN, but I'm sure they want redemption. I'm sure they want to try and place top 4 here.
Well, look, it's only been 3 weeks since Becky joined the roster, so you are hoping that there's going to be a little bit more in terms of development and him bedding into the system that they have at play here in the Sashi side. I think what's curious about how the Hunden interview went, actually, he said, is that we made changes that should make us better on paper, which actually is a curious thing, because it's like, obviously, he's got a lot of faith in this kid.
Yeah, he does, and this is a long-standing core of players and a long-standing iteration from the Trick days and moving over to Sashi, where it was a long, slow grind until they got success. I mean, Sashi, as of right now, are second in the world for the most maps played on HLTV in the last 3 months at 137. That's on average around a map and a half a day. That is a crazy grind mindset. And you got to remember, they've been playing in the Dust 2 Deligan. That's not on HLTV. The Level Up Lundland that they played, group stage, not on HLTV. There is a lot of tournaments that they're playing in, which doesn't even include that number of 137.
And therefore, you're talking about unranked tournaments that don't mean much in terms of their overall goal. I mean, you talk about Hunton trying to, again, on that interview, saying that he wants to try and make a run for VRS points at the moment. So, like, look, it's going to have to come here in Conquest of Prague at the very, very least. There are some other opportunities, other tournaments that they're playing in right now, but just this is one of only 2 ranked competitions they're taking part in here. So they've got to get those results on the board. Passionue feels like it might be the right opponent to take, however, because, look, they haven't posted up the results either.
No, they've been struggling. And when you've got 2 players on debut, one being an AWPer, another one being a really cold rifler, it's going to take some time because you mentioned Kane getting the axe. What about TC? I mean, this is a guy that coached the Complexity and Cloud9 Extra Salt rosters for the last few years, and now he's coaching a full Ukrainian team. Doesn't really make sense on paper. I mean, it just kind of, the move came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's definitely out of left field in sense of like his previous experiences. I mean, maybe it could be a Whitey situation in which they have hope that his experience as a man is going to provide more in terms of just experience for the squad and trying to get them into a good mental state. But I don't really know. I mean, that's just spitballing at this stage. Here in the best of one, what we know for certain is that Ancient will be our map to play for. How do we feel about that? For me, I'm looking at the track record of Sashi in the past and excluding Nuke, who's probably not going to come out in the best of one. Ancient feels like a great second option.
Yeah, Nuke gets a lot of play rate from both sides. We're looking at 9 wins and 12 losses in the last 3 months for Sashi, 9 wins and 5 losses for Passionue. So a lot of reps, a lot of officials that have been played on this Ancient as of late. And I think for Sashi, you kind of talking about some of the other tournaments they're playing, the Galaxy Battle that they're in right now, they took on Sangul yesterday, and that was a game that advanced them from a Swiss stage into a playoffs. Now, they've got to be looking here saying, okay, we've beaten Sinners, and we've beaten Sangul, and we've beat some okay names as of late. We should be able to beat Passionue, get ourselves 1-0, and get ourselves in a driving position to force out those decider games.
Well, should be, yes, but history has spoken otherwise. As you're talking about Galaxy Battle and that Phase 1 tournament that we've got going on at the moment, they've got the other one, the starter event that happened prior to that point, and that actually saw a head-to-head between Passionue and Sashi, best of 3 that went 2-0 to the favour of Passionue. 2 very close maps, admittedly, but still a 2-0 for the Passionue core there. And even if you go back to the old core, there are some head-to-heads which generally Passion have come out on top of. So our Tipsport odds will have Passionue as our favourites in this match. Is that a fair assessment to make?
Look, on paper, I think this trio of Kavem, Warrior2K, and Demka looks really terrifying. I think that they could actually push this team quite high. Problem is, when you've got 2 players on debut and a new in-game leader and basically a fresh roster, I don't know how much belief I have in the early few officials. I think it's going to take a while. I don't think we're going to see this team cook for at least another couple of months. I'm not expecting a huge amount from their first couple of openings.
There's always going to be that teething period, I guess, sometimes. And maybe that is what we have to see from Passionue. I mean, look, they've had to smash the roster apart. And after the back of how things went during that Compass qualifier, it didn't go well for them at all. So maybe there's going to be something in terms of the future of working up from a better position in how the best of ones play out, or the best of 3s later on during Conquest of Prague. But I don't really know how that's going to look at the moment. You're right, on paper, it should look pretty decent. But sometimes you put the super team together and the super team just treads on each other's toes. It's entirely possible for Passionue, even if it doesn't feel very likely.
Well, we've got to sort of get into this mindset of stop comparing the old team to the new team, right? The successes were no doubt there for Passionue. They got it to the major. But when Jacasmo is the last player left from that lineup and the coach is gone, I look at this Passionue and say this is a completely new roster, right? We have different expectations, a different look in. I would say it's a much more experienced roster. We've got a lot of guys that have not only played at a top-end Tier 2 level, but we've got Warrior2K and Demka that have played at a Tier 1 level in Monty. This reunites the duo pack from the Drillers roster, right, that played at that Asia RMR. And that was Kavem and Warro that played with a lot of the Asian players out there. So it's nice that there's a few relations that can kind of continue on. But this is going to test Topper as an in-game leader, right? Because he's now in-game leading maybe some more vocal voices, maybe players with a lot more ego than what they had on the previous iteration. And this might be a bit of a hot take, Jay, but I give it about a month until Warrior starts calling and Topper is replaced by another rifler. We're talking about an AWP in-game leader that's not in-game leading when he's playing with an in-game leader that's achieved nothing. I don't think Topper's going to continue on this roster for me.
I mean, it's certainly a big tank to make, but to be fair, I see exactly where you're coming from on that respect. It's probably not a good time to be Topper at the moment, because you are right. Like, Waro is a very well-achieved player. That Monty roster in 2023 was the best of Tier 2 without a shadow of a doubt, and so it's high expectations for him in terms of his future career and what he wants to achieve. Similar story for Demka as well, and Topper, as you mentioned, just nowhere near quite that same level, and so there will be egos to try and handle. Maybe that's where TC's come in. Maybe he's going to try and help to manage those egos to a certain capacity. Maybe that's the reason why it's such an unorthodox move in the coaching staff has been made here by Passion UA.
Yeah, and I think for both Waro and Demka, they're hoping to join a project that can at least come close to where Monty was. I think towards the end of Monty, they lost their identity. So many players had parted ways. That top 8 run that they were able to achieve at the Paris Major feels like a long time ago. And this is now a new chapter where you're working with a complete full Ukrainian team. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Jakasmo to say, look, he's the youngster here that's got the most experience in the present day, right? I mean, going to a major, being just 17 years old, he's got to try and raise the flag of what Passion was in the past and regroup it with some really experienced players in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only player, like you mentioned, from the previous Passion UA roster, from the founding days. And in fact, his only team reference is on this Passion UA side. So he's carrying a lot of legacy with him on his lonesome.
Yeah, he is. And I guess you could say the exact same thing for Sashi, right? I mean, we know that this roster used to come from Tricked. If we think back to a few years ago, Iceberg, his first professional team was Tricked Academy. He kind of came up in that small local scene there, was able to translate it over. This is an in-game leader that's led this iteration for going over 4 years now. That's a long period of time in which he's been able to embed some really good players and found some decent successes at time. I'm sure that Sashi will want to get back to where they were towards the middle of last year, right? They qualified to the Yellow Compass LAN, they went to the EWC LAN, they went to the Shanghai RMR, where they were 1 game away from qualifying to the major. And then sort of since then, it's just been a bit average. We haven't seen that same level of threat from them.
Yeah, summer last year was really like the big swing up the scene for this Sashi side, and you would have obviously we're all questioning it, right? We're saying, right, how is these players who were okay on Espionage turned up to now attending S-tier events on Sashi? We talked about it might have been Hunden's influence as a coach. It might have been something to do with the nature in which how the buy happened, or what was something to do with the organization and the backroom that they might be providing. And unfortunately, one thing we can say is that whilst that was a good period for them, it hasn't lasted. So this is really their quest to try and get back towards that high level of good competition. The move to add Zyphon earlier on this year, and of course Becky here and now, seem like they are trying to rework a new sort of like level up here in the tier 2 space.
Well, if we're even going to consider recently what their best online result is, it's probably back-to-back top 16s in CCT, where they did all right in the main Swiss, but they get into the playoffs and they lose out to 9 Pandas and they lose out to Nemega in back-to-back series where they can't even take a map. I think a lot of their elimination games that you'll notice are 0-2 stomps, where they haven't been able to hold weight. And this is where Hunden, from his playing days on Tricked and Mad Lions and Copenhagen Wolves, needs to try and find internally what changes are required, not just from a team playbook, but also how that they can adapt it on the server. Because even recently, I mean, taking a map off of Paravision, being able to kind of beat teams like 500, CYBERSHOKE, who I know we've got playing a little bit later on today, there's some okay wins sort of peppered around, but there's a lack of consistency. There's not a threat from them, and it shows that by their VRS ranking, this is a squad that should be aiming in and around the top 30 to 40 position, and they're just nowhere near that.
Yeah, in fact, as of right now, they're number 83 in the world as of this morning. So just to really show that it never really is going to, that they're nowhere near the level that it should be at. At the very least, in recent times, they have had a few more big opportunities and big successes come their way. You mentioned Level Up Lund. That was a LAN event where they placed within the top 4. The IESF Danish qualifier where they were able to beat out even Astralis Talent. So they've done well in terms of local domestic competitions. And so you look at them and hope that maybe this might be a bit of an upswing. Maybe this might be where that consistency doesn't end per se, but at least hits a bit of a high note coming into Prague.
And look, for Sashi, they've just got to take all the opportunities as they come, as a lot of teams are in this competition. There is very few rosters out of all 16 that have been able to play a LAN in 2025. The majority of them have all just been grinding closed qualifiers, online tournaments to help out the VRS, and some of them have come close to qualifying, there's no denying that, but for the majority of them, it has been failures. So when you're talking about a top 16 into top 4 decider, or into top 8, and then into a top 4 LAN position, the majority of teams are beatable here. I don't think that there's one team that's a cut above the rest. Maybe Na'Vi Jr. is the only one. I think outside of everyone, they'll all look at one another and kind of put crosses on their name, saying, we've got to take you down. We've got to beat you today.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can pick your favourites out, and I think you can come into a decently solid set of 8 favourites if you wanted to, but you are right in that they are all very, very beatable, even if you do come to that conclusion. So Sashi should be aiming to be, at the very least, within that borderline or trying to crack into that top 8 at the moment in time, and we'll be focusing on trying to make that start happen here against the Passion UA side, who most certainly are beatable in my eyes.
Yeah, well, I look at Passion and I think, okay, Demka's on debut, but he's still got 1,200 maps played on HLTV. Warrior's on debut, but he's still got over 1,000. Top up, he doesn't even have 500 maps played. Kavem, he doesn't even have 500. Jacasmo, he's around 450. So while you're still trying to embed some of these newer players into the roster, you need to get officials under their belt. We need to see what Warrior's going to look like. Because I guess since Monty, he played on Drillers, but that's not really a team, is it? That's a team built for the Asia RMR with the goal of qualifying to the major. And then after that, he was playing with the Adventurers, which was kind of like a mixed team that played a lot of CCTs. They had players coming in and out of that roster. So it wasn't a legitimate squad. And then all of a sudden, you get a chance to work with some ex-teammates, work on a full Ukrainian team. This is a time for him to really prove that he is not only a top Ukrainian AWPer, but he's a top AWPer in Tier 2.
The time for a lot of players, I think, to shed the legends of the past for Passion UA in terms of what you mentioned before, not looking at the old team and making comparisons. Now just to move ahead with this new project and making that work, and for the players, the ex-Monty players, whether they can press on and make more happen and to generate a new chapter of their careers here on this Passion UA side and find more in the LAN opportunities, and maybe even you could work your way back to another major in the long term. But that's all to think about in the long term rather than the here and now. It's definitely just early days for this new Passion UA.
Well, I think it's a good sign that at least they've got an AWPer, because Kavem was having a real tough time. He's meant to be the star player. He's meant to be the guy that's constantly being set up for the majority of impact. But when Jambo left, there was a decent period of time where all officials, he was kind of rifling and then AWPing. Where at least now, I think he can just focus on being that star player. He can focus on getting the resources rather than picking up that AWP now.
Well, now we've got our dedicated roles and our dedicated set and ready, although not quite ready to go into this matchup. We're having some TeamSpeak problems for one of the teams, so we're going to go ahead and send to another break. When we come back, we'll be ready to jump straight into Sashi versus Passion UA. And welcome back. It's time to jump into it. Passion UA take on Sashi. The new look Passion UA take on the old guard of Sashi. Dwayne, your predictions for this matchup?
I'm going to be backing Sashi. I think they've just shown a little bit more depth, and I'm not convinced with 2 players on debut to win their opening matchup.
Well, I am convinced that these players are sick elements, as Warren proves right there with a headshot on Zyphon to pick things off. Topper's going to follow up on Cabby as well. This one's gotten started real quick towards mid as they are dismantled in this pistol round. Bomb under CT control. Got to fight back from Elo to get it. Both players that remain on Sashi have now been spotted as well. They'll try flash their way into mid, so Lucky can get one trade back against Warren. He's a little bit more against Demka, however. Takes him. Give them trades back. Iceberg. Lucky ends up with a triple, but Jacasmo ends up with the pistol round for Passion UA. And to follow on with what I was trying to say a moment ago, because of the nature of the individuals on the Passion UA side, I'm going to give them as a curveball pick.
Yeah, I thought that they were nearly about to get humbled at how to troll a 5 versus 2 advantage, but it didn't quite happen in the end. For Sashi, this is at least a matchup where you've got a lot of officials, even with Becky in the roster, and his stats have been insane as of late on Ancient for whatever reason. 1.20 rating across the last 5 officials. So for a new player, for a 19-year-old, I'm going to be watching out for him in this matchup.
I mean, there was something towards what Hunden said. He said this move was to make them better, and well, if he's going to perform like that in these kind of games, then looking forward to a much better Sashi side. So there's pistols available to them in a harsher eco. SMGs will come forward to the buy-up for Passion UA in the meantime. They'll take down Cabby first and foremost. Iceberg will also drop 5 on 3, making it 4 for Lucky's one good trade. But that deagle should not equate towards a round win.
I think Hunden's a really good coach to try and embed someone like Becky into the system, because when I think back to his playing days, he always worked with the scraps, didn't he? He was always working with the lesser-known players, the up-and-comers, and tried to get the majority out of them, and also tried to progress the team to a fairly high level in Tier 2. We're talking about someone that's got proper in-game experience of what that's like. Now, Sashi have not invested much into this round, so the fact that it's a 3v3 and they've got bomb control actually feels that there is a somewhat winnable condition here.
There's the second kill from Lucky that we didn't get to catch. He went long range from main over towards the CT entrance over on A. One more deagle headshot. So maybe there is more to this pistol than I might have given it credit for. Jacasmo's about to take all credit away from the T side. Seen them. Burst fire. 2 picks. Lucky and Becky are down. Zyphon also fragged out all the same, making it a triple on the SMG. So recovering a little bit of the cash that was lost there in that previous round. Not terrible, however, for the T side. I mean, they invested just that deagle only. So this next buy will be looking strong. They can try and reset.
Something that TC is going to be familiar with is working with local players from a fairly small scene. Coming from South Africa, he was an ex-player, played on the Energy organization back in the day, and then his first projects were coaching Bravado and Denial and ATK, and that was sort of the South African players going over to North America to try and make the journey.
Bravado rather well. Of course, a different beast for him in his career. Passion UA making good on the start. They're going to try and make good on the execution as well. Back is that Sashi. We're able to smoke off the common entry positions on the bomb site. The Orpus missed the angle of the entry, but will still look onto Iceberg and Lucky. Line them up for a collateral. Jacasmo will get one on the way out of the round, and Zyphon will take a return, but it's still a 4 versus 2 for Passion UA.
They've got a walkout on B, and that's a helping hand that Cabby's been able to take all of this space. The problem is, you've just got a disparity between the two. Zyphon's so far away, the separation is there, and now the CTs are even watching for the wraparound in spawn.
Be wary of it, although Kavem's given up his position. That Cabby's going to go ahead and check on the swing. The kill comes up with a CT-sided player, so only Zyphon left here in a 1-on-4. So Passion UA shutting Sashi down once again.
And just to kind of go back to some of the conversations in the pre-show, Kavem has always been discussed as one of the hot prospects coming out of Ukraine for probably the last 12 months, 24 months or so. You pair him with a legitimately experienced AWPer, I think that Warro can overtake Jambo. I think his experience at playing at a tier 1 level and also the impact that he brings and what he's shown on Monty, he can overtake what Jambo is able to achieve. And then you consider what Demka does as well. You've got yourself a scary trio pack. It's the synergy that I'm watching out for, though. How they can work around one another and how they can all impress when it comes to in-game performances.
Well, synergy, chemistry, and cohesion will be the key weak points of Passion UA at this particular stage. It's the reason why you predicted Sashi, because you think that they're going to have better overall, and that's going to be enough to beat out the firepower that may be on display. Passion UA had plenty of that in this round. 3 AK saved to the previous. There's only pistols available for Sashi's side. Flash their way in towards ramp to watch for individuals that Sashi may be about here. No one being seen, however, though. Flashbang again to blind off Lucky, but not connect any vision info. Oh, he finds a headshot on Topper instead, and that's a hell of a start for them.
It's a lack of util, though. They've got 3 smokes, but no flashes and no molly. It's going to be difficult to get themselves into the bomb site. And Jacasmo trying to throw the rifle back to make sure it doesn't get into the T-hands. It's all about the timing through Cave, though, because it should be a B-lean, with Cave being taken, with the bomb being outside of the doors. The elbow lurk hasn't seen anything. Iceberg was just backtracking, waiting to see if anyone was going to get aggressive towards A main, but that's not been offered.
By being up by a man, Sashi will have to form up the execution soon enough. They're making quite an amount of noise here, a very telegraphed fake, because well, the majority of their players are still out here towards the B execution. They are wary of the red wrap, but now the smoke start coming down, so Jacasmo will start to read onto the execution that's inbound. Lucky will get his head taken off. I don't think he's pointed that bomb carrier, but they'll still commit these 3 players on defense. The AWP watching for the red wrap, as well as that you've got them on rotation that could provide some support. Becky gets caught through the smoke, tags up onto that bomb carrier, who will sneak the bomb plant in. Cabby mostly protected by cover. Zyphon jumps for that smoke, gets nothing for it. Sashi have achieved really what they wanted to here. The bomb plant bonus for the next round. We'll see whether the backstabber... No, I was going to say we'll see whether the Iceberg backstabber is going to turn into any more casualties, or they can take another AK out of their hands, but that's not happening here. The M4 should get recovered by Warrow. And around the 4-0 start goes the way of Passion UA. Very proficient stuff for them.
Yeah, we casted quite a bit of TSM towards the tail end of last year, and what we noticed on that organisation was how Zyphon was practically carrying that team through officials. His in-game performances were astronomically good, and I don't quite think we've seen that same level of impact since transitioning over here to Sashi. So that might be another one of those hurdles and one of the fixes that Hunter needs to try and come with on gameplay, how to set him up in the team, how to work around with the individuals, because if you can get him to be threatening, then I think you can get this Sashi side to be threatening.
Yeah, TSM wasn't good, but Zyphon was. If you're going to lock that star power, then that could be a significant answer to a lot of your problems. Now back and forths engaged towards the mid and red room. Kvem got Zyphon right around the corner here. AK on AK, and I think they know that there's a player that's up close and personal. Iceberg will start things off against Demka, but Kvem will find that trade, looking for the second man, and gets lucky as well. Mid cleared up, the CT backs off.
You've got Warrow that's 4-2, and Kvem that's 6-1. And those are the 2 guys, for the most part, that's working mid. They're the Red Room and Donut players at the moment. And Cabby with a good tap against the B player of Topper. So they're finding expense elsewhere, but this bomb could get caught out from shelf. Warrow just narrowly misses the shot against Iceberg.
Slight shoulder offered up towards the man, so the AK can push him off angle, protect his cross. Start to put that bomb in, but Jacasmo in the back line takes 2 kills for 2 fantastic individual fights from Becky and Cabby. Iceberg's now got to do this on his lonesome, and Jacasmo says no. 3 to his name, and Passion UA keep this early streak running.
Yeah, there's no denying that individually, Passion UA are just better right now. They're being a little bit more confident. I think we're seeing some more aggressive fights being played out from Donut with the AWP, the AK and Red Room, and then Jacasmo, who's meant to kind of be the passive B defender, at times is playing quite aggressively, trying to really lock into those fights against the B ramp area, against the cave entrance. Lovely adjustment to the secondary kill there from Kvem, and then Jacasmo makes it look quite easy. The spacing's tight, the double kill is free.
And this positive point is the reason why I look to Passion UA as having a slight curveball favoritism. But not in that case for Topper. SMG forcing forward. Taking a lot of damage from Cabby, but also taking a casualty for Passion UA. So, starting advantage kind of sits with the Danes. Jacasmo right up and ready for a trade, though. It's going to be pretty easy for him. He's ready for Zyphon as well. Not quite.
Sashi are doing a good job of getting the extremity picks. I think we've seen quite a bit of success towards A ramp and out there in lane. It's when they get towards mid, where, for the most part, it starts just being completely disrupted. Waro is on B, jiggling between ramp and cave. He could get caught in a bit of an unlucky timing. Demka clears out the first stage of mid, but they still don't know what's out there towards Shelf and what's out there to Elbow. This is the first time in a while that Sashi have got a legitimate winnable round on their hands.
3/4 of a minute left. Waro, what a peek and what a shot back on Becky. Ready for the next man at cave, might have to be. He's going to push on towards ramp instead. Does get baited by a quick face forward. The area comes down. Iceberg's got to push forward of it, and a missed AWP shot gives Waro his demise. Demka has got to hold a defensive. He's going to get flashed off angle. Teammate is inbound though. The AK blind spraying past that smoke. HE will come down to keep him at bay. Man advantage for Sashi right here. The bomb plant on what was even nice. Iceberg forces forward, gets his pick in. Demka finally deals with him, but needs to win a 1 versus 3, and he can't do so. Lucky will slowly move up, get his kill in, and Sashi will break the streak and get there first.
Well, what we've noticed is that Top has been quite a weakness at the moment in terms of the individual counts. These aggressive moves that he's been working towards Cheetah into lane has not been allowing too much success. So that's got to be plugged, and that's got to be something that's adapted to from the Ukrainian standpoint. I see it here again. Good turnaround from Becky, who was basically just trying to hold ramp. Sashi have the in-game leader to make a bit of a play. An overextension works out for their first round on T-side.
Still got cash to invest here for Passion UA. Lucky's AWP is struck first again, though. Topper again going to try and push out lane, and he's ready for a kill. Waro's caught another collateral in the meantime. The mid-fights have turned right back on their head when Sashi felt like they were going to just punch right through Passion UA. It seems like Passion UA bite back.
2 collaterals in 7 rounds is mental. How is that happening? Now, it's an unlucky timing here from Waro because he has not seen the walkout, so he probably won't be pre-aiming this right-hand side. I say that, and he still clears it. What a round this is from Waro.
The game sense to recognize that A was compromised. They had no defensive elements, and now he'll be not ready for Becky. He did have the idea to watch out that wall to get a quick flick in as soon as he spotted the man. So again, right idea, just not the best execution for it. Becky spray backline from Topper, still connects the kill in, even with damage suppressed. And Passion UA answer back with a stellar 6th.
Sashi will be fuming because they've got themselves a couple of opening picks within the first 20 odd seconds of the round. There's the AWP pick, the lane success comes in, and then another collateral. Very rarely do you see that. I mean, to have 2 collaterals in the first few gun rounds of a map, I can't even remember the last time I've seen that.
Now you got me thinking to try and figure out what it is. But it's a rarity. That's the bottom line. And obviously it's great for Passion UA. Not so much for Sashi, because it's those 2 kills that have led them to be as far down as they have been so far. The streak was allowed to continue because the execution on A, when the first collat came in, that looked like it was going to at least get him a bomb plant. Didn't even happen for that much. And here in this round, I honestly thought that they were going to steamroll the Passion side, but 1 bullet, 1 AWP kill, and suddenly the rest is history.
Now, Jay was mentioning earlier about the head-to-head that was played in the Galaxy Battle Starter event. Now, at the time, Sashi was still playing with Nico, and Passion UA still had Zerofix and S-Chiller, but what we know from that previous official was that it was quite close. It was a best of 3. Map 1 was 13-10 on Train. Map 2 was 13-11 on Mirage. But right now, we have got a 6-1 scoreline. I wonder if we're going to get a completely change of score.
Well, Ancient wasn't featured in that best of 3, as you mentioned. So maybe this map is a lot stronger for Passion UA than Sashi were prepared for. Galil for Cabby. Only rifle available with the pistols for the others. Kavem backed up here at pit, seeing 1 back to turn, but damage against the 2 players will not be enough. They'll realize that that bomb's making its way towards the A bomb site. They'll cut off one of the backline players at Becky, but bomb's on site now. Jacasmo can't deny the plant bonus. Sashi, what more can they gain out of this?
Demka's waiting for an overextension out towards Donut. The CT sprays are awful, but the HP's so low, this is going to be wrapped up quickly. There's nothing that Iceberg is going to be able to do in this 1v2. He's overwhelmed from Donut, overwhelmed from CT. And Passion UA get up to 7. And I'm kind of thinking about this duo, right? The whole Monty reunion that Demka and Waro 2K have. If we're looking at the last, let's say, 3-4 years of the Tier 2 landscape, I would say that they were a project and an example of one of the very few successful teams that didn't really have the best of players that went on to legitimately come a tier 1 team. So if you've got those players on your squad, you should see an elevation from where they are today and where they should be in 3 months' time.
Maybe that's where the true success for Passion UA will be unlocked 3 months from now. Sashi leaning in to try and make success on their side of things in the here and now. Zyphon's tagged up already to kick things off into the elbow challenges where he went, took some damage on Kavem, but took a lot more back in return to the utility. And Sashi are at least riding a bit of a high off that last round. Yes, they didn't quite win it. Yes, they lost control of the A side defensive, but they got 3 picks and a bomb plant out of what was a bunch of pistols. Money's going to be a little bit tight for Passion UA if they lose this one.
And one of the criticisms that have come across this iteration of Sashi for many years is the lack of star players. I think they're a very system-based team, and they're one in which they play a lot of Counter-Strike by the book. They're very percentage in 5v4s, in trading, and it's moments where you're struggling, where you're down by quite a score, and you just feel that someone needs to make that X factor, right? Someone needs to make that individual difference, because it's just not quite coming. They've had some good chances, they've had some competitive rounds, but 1-7 is not an ideal scoreline, and the game is starting to come away from them.
Indeed. Well, he's still sent. Flashes still go over. Execution attempting to get into this A bomb site, but counteracted by CT smoke. So if they're going to commit, they're going to have to cancel, play this mid control a bit more. So little time to split into the bomb site, though.
They've got a HE to break this A main smoke, and that's where they get Demka on the bomb site.
Need to get rotations in. Kavem. It's 3 players. Zyphon trying to shoulder bait him out. Cabby to the right-hand side. Picked up Jacasmo. Trade back. 8 seconds. Perfect burst to the second player. Bombs on its way into the site, though. Iceberg trying to watch out for covering fire. Get to some harder cover. There's also a donut plant coming in, and Topper will close out with 2. Can't deny the bomb plant, but they will find the retake, and they will claim the 8th on the CT side.
Fundamentally, Sashi didn't do anything wrong in that round. They were quite stable and quite calm in the late round situation. They forced the fight against the anchor on A because of the HE that gets blown open of the A main smoke. You then have some really good discipline in there at Donut. They don't over-peek. They try and peek as 2. They only give a 1-for-1 trade against the opposition. The factor is, though, what about the player at CT? Jacasmo has an incredible round. He spots the player out there towards Tree. The crosshair placement is immaculate against that secondary player. And that is just pure X factor coming from the rotator.
Yeah, class game overall. 12-3 are his frag to death numbers. Probably a key reason why Passion UA are 7 rounds in the lead right now. Sashi. And the bomb plant bonus alone can reinvest into round 10, but they are running out of chances to make something happen on T-half. And I mean, at this point, you'd probably be hoping that it's the ancient of old where you can just make CT comebacks. Because this certainly isn't the best set of circumstances to be in.
Well, let's get into this conversation, Jay, because you and I, we've casted quite a lot of best of ones recently, and I'm certainly on the side that in CS2, we get a lot more one-sided matches in best of ones. They're just stomps. They're not competitive. Do you think we're getting enough sample size now that that's legitimately coming a factor?
I would say so, yeah. The lack of breathing room in the best of 3 environment that you would get, that you don't get in the best of ones.
I mean, I say that, but even, I guess yesterday's officials were quite close. Like, there was a 13-11 in there. There was an OT. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I think there is...
Yeah.
Well, come back to that in a second, because Topper just mowed through 2 players on the execution. Sashi with very little utility to try and prod into the B bomb site with, so they're getting torn to pieces.
It doesn't help that AKs are just constantly being saved on the CT side. I mean, the majority of rounds where Jacasmo is on B, he's just got an AK. And so does Kavem towards the red room. We have seen 2 or 3 AKs in the majority of CT hands-on gun rounds, and it is just shredding some of these defaults that are leaning into executions.
Might be seeing 3 of them saved over, I say that, and Zyphon has just taken 1 more pick out of the round, and a second player as well, but Demka shuts down any clutch potential, will grab an AK, so at least they take some of the AKs out for Sashi, but on a full gun round, you're looking for a whole lot more. 9-1 on the board. Passion are just starting to run away with this matchup right now. I think the last thing that Sashi wanted to be in is in the same position as what Imperial Valkyries were in the last game. An 11-1 deficit, that's a pretty much impossible comeback.
Well, it's quite easy to look at Sashi and say, okay, we'll stop accepting tournament invites. You're obviously playing too much. You're second in the world for most maps played in the last 3 months. That's probably hurting you. The problem is, you're outside of a window towards the top end of Tier 2 on VRS, so what are your options? I feel as if they're in a state, because they're so low down, where they just need to keep playing officials, and maybe it is hurting them. I mean, the majority of online officials are early exits. We've not seen a deep run from them in a really long time.
Doesn't help that they compound their appearances in ranked matches and ranked tournaments with other unranked tournaments. Like you mentioned, the Dust 2 Ligan, that was unranked. Compass Winter, that was unranked. The IESF Danish qualifier I mentioned earlier, that was also unranked.
Yeah, Iceberg had one insane round that I saw there on Inferno, and that's the only mention that I saw of that qualifier.
Low level by comparison. Sashi finding a few moments of brilliance though. A nice opening pick against Warrow here. On the part of Lucky once again, been the one consistent good element here in this map for the Danes. But does it continue to convert here? They've got opportunities, but they're not committing to B.
Cabby is hoping that when this smoke clears, the CTs retake the space. They try and go in aggressive, and then that's when he can catch the timing. Only 2 defenders on B. I say that, Jacasmo is going to double up in mid, so this leaves Topper completely alone, and it's the right call for him to go defensive.
Going the AWP, Kavem, just caught, I think, a pixel of Zyphon. Leaving Red pretty opened up right now to hunker down on the B bomb site and bolster that up. Watching the backstab soon enough from Red. Smokes can't come down from the CT-sided players. Cabby got caught by a flashbang. A lot of players got caught by that flashlight there. Cabby's the man that comes out on top, and Jacasmo distracted. Finally, Topper can take one player back, but needs a whole lot more than his second shot. Doesn't connect on the side defensive, and Kavem back a big box will get caught off by Zyphon on timing. So Sashi a little bit more composed than that one. Take their second Passion UA. A lot of players got caught by timing.
Yeah, well, that's one of the very few chances and few opportunities in which we've seen the lack of experience just hurting Passion UA. I mean, the chemistry is just all off there. The play is to flash cave and to peek with it. You've just got 2 players completely blinded. So miscoms, it is just a complete failure of the bomb site. And Sashi can at least give themselves a little bit of hope to try and close out this first half. Try and make it a couple of rounds in a row, make it 3, and at least feel as if you've contested somewhat.
Big Ting still may be available for the Sashi side. 9-3 does feel a lot better than 11-1, although not by much. Topper storming in towards lane once again. It's done this a couple times out of Cheetah, this time down ramp. But back up as well to watch for the B door's entrance. The smoke comes down to keep it suppressed, so that way Cabby can be isolated, potentially faced on by 2 individuals here. You won't find them all the way, though. As well as that, you've got Lucky's AWP supporting from back of elbow. Shelf angle being watched. Topper, just about evades the contact, just about evades the casualty.
He's a bit stuck now. Might have to just try and retreat towards ramp, but gets caught on timing. Backtracking, long range with an MP9, and he wins that fight out against an AK.
Or in the meantime at Red, doesn't quite see Zyphon, maybe about to walk right into the trap. Checking the left-hand side of the red room, though. Towards mid. Flick doesn't connect. Zyphon again on timing, takes a player down. One of the 2 rifles of Passion UA now out of play. There was an AK, of course, dropped there at Cheetah, but outside of it means the CTs can't recover.
But they've got an exploitation of a B split, and a bit of an uncharacteristic one. Late player can come in from ramp. 2 players on B are going to be suffocated about this split.
Vem heard the footsteps. Here's him coming in the back line, swing, Deagle damage done, Lucky missing an AWP shot. Pistols are pulled out for the T-side player as well. Kavem has run out of ammo though. He's baited Lucky to be in the back line. Bomb plant should get secured. Passion UA will be on the retake. 4 versus 2, but several players are low. Topper has just turned up a secondary SMG, kills Zyphon. Now all alone, all up against it and pushed it to a corner and getting pushed in by Demka, who will close out with a nice sequence. The top of 3K, in fact, that puts Passion UA up a 10-2 at the turn of the half.
A bit of an embarrassment there from Sashi. I thought fundamentally it looked as if they were quite locked in, right? The spacing looked pretty good in the majority of rounds. They were looking quite calm under pressure and against the clock, but individually they're just not showing up. They've given way too many multi-frags to the opposition. They allowed the game to steamroll too early. They couldn't contest those few gun rounds at the start. And we get yourself into a position where there's not really much of a best of one on our hands here.
Hej, šéfe! Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
8 rounds in the lead for Passion UA. Into the T side they look to go. Sashi need to pull off some serious miracles to pull things back. As you mentioned at the turn of the break leg, not much of a best of one available to them. Pistol win pretty much guarantees that this will be over quick. Becky in the back lines trying to get some kills out of this long entrance, and he'll get some decent damage on the board, and he set up his teammates for a 5v5 retake, but Sashi have been locked out of this bomb site for now.
And they need to get the Jawleys involved. This is the only winning condition. Zyphon to get in.
Becky and Cabby go down. Iceberg trades it. Zyphon still with no vision on shore. Now he's been seen. Iceberg's been tagged up even more so, but Lucky and Iceberg have fallen. So now it's all on the Jawleys to make the full 1v3 happen. Not going to happen for Kem's part, though. Passion UA, 11 on the board, and we may be running out of time for Sashi in their opening game.
Well, this is the excellent debut that you want to see from the two newer guys in Wario2K and Demka, not just so much individually to show that they're up there and that they're coming back into the system, but that they can outclass oppositions that aren't towards the top end of Tier 2. And I think that's how you got to look at the team, right? I know Passion won't be considered a top-end Tier 2 team as of right now, but against sort of the middle-of-the-pack squads in this Swiss stage, you should be beating them. You should be able to outclass them, and I think that's what we've seen.
Any machinations you might have again to the top end of the scene is obviously a long-term goal. In the here and now, very reasonable to look at the mid-pack. That's what Passion UA are doing. Individually outperforming the Sashi side, and there certainly are some concerns when it comes to cohesion, and we've probably been bringing that up over the course of the game so far. And nothing that seems to offer up any threat. Nothing that gives an opportunity for Sashi to become a threat. Passion. 2 more rounds away from securing this best of one and finding that opener right here. The force in from Sashi, going to put everything into round 14. They do not want to play for an overtime comeback.
Well, they're trying to drive them into an A stack. Now, 2 smokes have already been used towards Red Room and Donut. Now, this is slowing down the default. Topper misses that molly. That was meant to bounce up there and get towards the tree position, so they're going to have to clear that now.
$40 seconds to the clock. Passion UA are being considerate about this. Lucky does isolate a player pushed up towards the back lines of the B bombs site, and Iceberg's 5-7 can also continue to frag away. A couple of rifles that might lean towards him as he gets a kill onto Jacasmo. Trade from Kavem will make it a 3-on-2, but instead of 3-on-2 favorable to the CT side, the HE definitely not going to help things either because Kavem's on 2 points of health. Now less than 70 for Topper, even worse with another HE coming down, 2 AKs in the CT hands. This actually might be the out that Sashi are looking for.
Just no fights generated though. Good pick there from Topper, and Vem just work off, and now they just play time. Yeah, that's an uncomfortable one because I think for Becky, he should be getting that first kill. I know that there's maybe a lot of pressure to bounce back because of the scoreline, but Warrior's back is turned, 5-7's at close range. I don't think there's any excuse to not be winning that one. I mean, it's what, the IGL of Iceberg that has to hit a nasty couple of kills just to try and put them in the running, just to try and return a bit of a fight back.
Excellent stuff here from Kvem. I'm very surprised he got those 2 kills on 2 HP as well. 12 on his board. He's still not even the top fragger. Topper continuing to lead at 18. His teammates are not too far behind him. Very good efforts from the Passion UA individuals. We're now 10 match points away from closing out their opening best of 1. Sashi, MP9's brought out. They would have heard those tags and had cheats his position, smokes out, flashes to try and force Warro forward, but thinking they're going to try and back off with that counter utility. Eventually those wall bangers will do significant damage to Iceberg. Becky's also not in aggressive positions either. Really not a lot to play with here for Sashi at the moment. Passion UA is going to work him down.
And now with all of this chaos going down with the spams, it just gives the T's the moment of opportunity to start shifting out towards Red Room. 1-for-1 trade comes in. Demka even with the P250 against Xiphon. And now, I mean, it's a real passive line of engage for the T's. You've got everyone sort of separated. Everyone's just kind of got guns up here because they know that it's only going to be an info play in a matter of the next 5 or 10 seconds.
And Becky's in the back. Topper and Demka may have an inkling of what's going on, or his back might be turned for a second. Casmo does get caught, but Becky against the pistol player of Demka, having caught Topper off guard, makes it winnable in the 2 versus 2, but HP, massive difference that favours Passion UA from range. The AK tries to fight back, needs to pick up that bomb as well. Casmo ready for a secondary player to move in from Iceberg. They'll grab it. It could be an open plant. Tap once. Becky covered off by Casmo. Bomb plant secured. Second man goes in, and Iceberg lines them up as both were bunched up on Passion UA. Sashi keep the game alive.
Indeed they do, and just about. Now, is this a positive? Is it a negative? I probably think it's a negative sign that Iceberg is generating the most amount of X Factor right now. Yeah, he's a veteran player and he's been a part of the team for a long time, but he is the caller. He should not be the guy that's getting you out of trouble and redeeming some of these rounds.
I agree. Look at Xiphon as being a key star to watch out for, just due to the nature of what he's done in his previous teams, and looking for Sashi to unlock that potential. Looking at Becky, the new addition, to see what he can offer if he is going to be a star or if there's something else behind him.
Well, I think other than maybe the Patty Ecstatic roster, I haven't really seen a threatening Tier 2 Danish roster. I mean, I don't really count OG as Danish. I know Hunden in the interview can say it's core. That's an international team in my books. So it's up to Tricked, it's up to the TSM players that have imploded, and it's up to Sashi to kind of show who's the next Tier 2 team that can at least be threatening, can at least be a contender at the top.
I mean, I'm willing to call them a Danish team just because Hunden said they're better than Astralis, so, you know.
I mean, he's not wrong.
9 match points for Passion UA to close out against the true Danes of the Sashi side. Topper and Kvem trading. Becky turns it into a 3-on-3. Batlines in a long burst fire against Kvem. Will keep him at 4 points of health. Decent think damage done to Warrior as well. Xiphon revealing himself by swapping up to the rifle from range. Will take 1, transfer the damage onto a second player. Keeping it 2v2 though. Need Lucky to step up with the AWP. Shot missed out. Might want to switch to a better weapon. An automatic would be great in this position because there's such low HP. The Deagle gets struck on against, and now it's all to Kvem. 4 points of health from this cave angle, which he did well in a previous round on, but this time all on his lonesome. Smoked off. Bomb not in his position either. Lucky to get towards that defusing position. Kvem's going to lean towards him, get a kill. That's all he needs though. Xiphon will get stalled out. Kvem, he's playing this like a veteran. He'll get killed off by Xiphon, but I don't think he's got enough time for the defuse. Sashi will make the concession. Passion UA will take their opening game. 13-3 over the Danes.
I couldn't have asked for a better debut there for Passion UA. A satisfying result and a pretty clean one where they don't get tested. Disappointment from Sashi. They come into this tournament with a fairly decent run of good form, and instead they just haven't shown up at all. This is a quiet best-of-1 series from them.
Indeed it is, and that I don't know if that's going to be any more of a concern than it has been previously. We were talking about them being quiet since the summer of last year, and that continues to be a factor here and now in this competition to start things off. It's only one map, but equally so. Like, we are talking about the difference of a cohesive team versus a team that's made a bunch of changes recently towards what should be at least a tactically capable squad. Unfortunately, it felt like the firepower was just way too much to handle, even if it was tactically a bit of a mess sometimes from Passion Away.
Yeah, there's no excuse in this loss. You can't find one. This is a stable core and a stable roster, and they couldn't contest today. So they need to go back reflecting on that best of one, about some of the protocols, about some of the mid-rounder. I know that I might sit here and say, oh, there's a few unlucky moments, right? You got 2 rounds in which Warrior gets a collateral with an orb. Yeah, that's going to happen in a game. You can only use those excuses so far, can't you? You have to look at that and say, for the most part, it just wasn't a competitive game.
Consistency is the enemy of bad luck, as they say, and Sashi didn't quite demonstrate that here in this matchup for them. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm just going to try and offer explanations because they have made the loss right here, and the only saving grace is the fact that it's only an opening match loss, and they'll have opportunities to make it back into positive records here in the Swiss stage. But for the time being, it's another one-sided way to continue on with our day here.
Well, I will say that Sashi are probably going to show a little bit more depth in their map pool when we get to best of threes. I know you spoke about it in the video. They always like their nuke, don't they? And there's very few teams in any stage at Tier 2 that can beat Sashi on nuke. So I think we're going to see a lot more competitive games from them in the best of 3 context. But does that mean that they perhaps go down 0-2 and then kind of have to just go completely undefeated? I think they have to show that they can at least win a single best of 1. They've got to try and get something under their track record.
Well, look, if Bait can reverse sweep their way into a major, then maybe Sashi could do the same thing here to get towards Prague. But whether they can do that overall, I guess we'll have to find out. They probably want to be avoiding the 0-2 round 3 matches in the best of 3s overall, however, so we'll just have to see how they'll do when round 2 kicks off in tomorrow's processions. However, round 1 continues on. Our opening games are 2 more that remain. Fnatic will take on CYBERSHOKE in a short few moments' time. When we return from the break, we'll continue with our day.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
So hello, Phenomen. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Against Fnatic in today's match, you play a role of a light underdog. Does this position suit you?
We don't feel weaker than Fnatic. And by one match, I think any team can beat any team. So the fact that the bets are playing against us today doesn't matter for us. No pressure, you know.
Okay. Yeah. And what is the biggest motivation to play this tournament? VRS points or a possible LAN in Prague?
For us, biggest motivation, I think, is just to win. No, we concentrate only on the upcoming game and not on potential VRS point or chance to play on LAN. We just want to win every game, and that's all.
And when it comes to winning every game, you are a really interesting team with a good form, but still you're not considered to be qualification candidates. Why do you think that is?
I think we need to show a more stable game for a long time. We feel that we are getting better and better every day. So it will come with time, but we need to work a lot, and that's all.
As you are not that well known, what can fans expect from you, from your team?
Colorful game, good rounds, wins, and more wins. That's all.
Okay, and is there a team you would love to play against at this tournament?
Doesn't matter which team we play against. We are ready to fight against everyone, always and everywhere. Doesn't matter.
Sounds exciting. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you, thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, Fear. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You are close favorites against CYBERSHOKE in your first match. Do you feel the same?
Hello. Not sure. It's best of one. Very close games right now. Of course, we are favorite, but it's going to be a tough match for sure. Not easy match.
When it comes to that, are you a fan of these starting rounds of tournaments being played in best of ones? Because there is a huge room for upsets and it's kind of random in MR12.
Yes, I agree that it's kind of random before when you don't have this VRS system. That was fine because you can just start slowly and game by game you can just bring back your form. But right now you need to step up instantly because, like I said, these VRS points are very important for us. So yeah, we need to step up instantly from this best of one.
But when it comes to the other stages of the tournament being played in best of threes, are you a fan of MR12 in the best of threes? Because then it can be faster, but it's still BO3, so it does not matter that much.
I mean, I will prefer myself to play always best of three on this MR12 because, like you said, the game right now very short. And I didn't see the reason to play tournaments in best of one format. You can finish the game in 25 minutes. Like, you're preparing 3 hours to finish in 25 minutes. It's like, I don't understand that. I hope they will do something with this. And the major also, the remark we played 2 best of ones. You're preparing all day to play 25 minutes.
Yeah, that definitely can be frustrating. Is there a pressure for you playing for Fnatic because you are one of the newest additions? It's a big traditional organization. How do you feel playing for them?
Of course, it's small pressure, but our management doing everything that we didn't feel the pressure. But yes, we understand that in this organization you need to win tournaments.
Yeah, when it comes to winning tournaments, you are one of the biggest favorites at this tournament. Do you agree with that?
I didn't check who is playing, actually, what teams. But yeah, maybe we come to this tournament to win. It's for sure.
Yeah. You are one of the few teams playing RMR as well, so that comes to being favorites. Did you talk with Mattis about the special motivation playing in Prague, and would you love to play LAN finals in Prague as well?
Yes, of course. We asked him, like, Matters, how do you feel? Did you have the support in arena if you qualify to the LAN? He said yes, of course. So for him, it's very important to play in the home crowd. So we will do everything to help him and qualify for the LAN stage.
And when it comes to your team, for the last question, what do you think is your biggest weapon to not only qualify, but maybe win this tournament right now?
Firepower. We have good individual players. Just now we need to be one unit and be on the same page always, both sides. Doesn't matter what map. And if we will do that, we will win the tournament.
And then good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview, and I wish you luck for the whole tournament.
Thank you. Goodbye. See ya.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Welcome back to Conquest of Prague. We roll on with our final couple of opening matches here in the Swiss stage. fnatic will take on CYBERSHOKE, as fnatic will look for redemption from how the MRQs went down. Probably one of our front runners, even with the Crim sub situation. However, didn't make it through. Now they have to make it through to Prague, in my eyes.
They're desperate for a LAN. They've got to be looking at this tournament and saying this is the main focus. Win all of our games, get a good seed, get into LAN. Because if they don't qualify, it is disaster central moving in towards the middle section of the year.
Yep, most certainly, especially with no major for them. So the next couple of months are going to look rather dry. CCT, obviously, is the tournament series they've been playing in the most over the course of the year, which is shocking to me that fnatic's main tournament would be a CCT as opposed to something more massive, considering how decorated the organization has been in the past. But here they are now to try and make it into Conquest of Prague. So let's see whether they can try and make something better happen for their future. It's only early doors in the competition, but I imagine a good best of one here and now may well be required to make them look as threatening on server as they do with these images.
Hey, do you remember when Neofrag and Oscar were on Sinners? They went away and then they came back, and then Rainwaker was on 500, went to Liquid and came back. I wonder if that's something that Fear and Jambo are going to be considering at any point in this year. If you're going to make that jump from a Ukrainian team over to an international powerhouse, there is expectations and there is goals that have to be hit. And if not, I think you're being sent back home. So this is the proving ground, these next few months, these next few tournaments.
I can certainly concur to that, whether or not you would sort of question the prospects of fnatic being a very good option for those two players individually. I definitely think for fnatic that those are two massive improvements in terms of where they've ended up here and now. I don't know why they got them staggered and rather than just got them at the exact same time. But look, I think the roster can compose itself to be rather decent. But I think that recent times have proven that things are a little bit more struggly in the fnatic camp. The MRQ is just one example of how this team hasn't quite lived up to the expectations as of yet.
Well, I think what we've certainly seen from fnatic across a lot of their tenures of international projects is the lack of good signings. Now, I think Mattis is without a doubt one of the best pickups that they've had in recent years. And he develops an incredibly solid rifle duo with Blame F, but yet we need to see it push for tournament runs. We need to see them win tournaments. We need to see them qualify to LANs. And I think you're going up against a CYBERSHOKE side, which, if we're kind of considering the players that there are, we're talking about high-end Tier 2 names that have got Tier 1 experience versus Tier 2 guys that don't even really know what the top of Tier 2 looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much a true example, a true sort of like assessment to make. I mean, look, for fnatic, they've got that veteran in the likes of Crims to lead them over, and you would hope that these players would be able to at least have a decent opportunity to surmount a team like a CYBERSHOKE. But even with the inexperience of the players on the CYBERSHOKE roster, you still have to consider the fact that they have, in distant history, taken maps over the core of fnatic, and they have been able to take some good results in terms of their recent sort of like tournament runs. But even though they're the underdogs in this context, you can expect them to actually have a bit more of a better dark horse opportunity than many people might expect.
Well, they're currently on a 5-game winning streak. Now, they've beaten the ex-Aurora side, which were doing quite well in Tier 2, and they've taken on one win, which is Neelan's squad. They beat Paravision, which is Jame and Kickit, that have been doing extremely well across the last couple of months. Sky Fury, yeah, whatever. TNL was their last best-of-3 win, and that's a squad that was able to win the Level Up Lund event out in Sweden. And for them to kind of crush 9 in the grand final, it's a statement from them and also a statement for CYBERSHOKE. I don't think you can underestimate these guys at all, because they have taken some good names and some good wins as of late.
Yeah, you might be looking at those names and say, well, it's not all that fantastic in terms of the overarching level of Counter-Strike, but consider who CYBERSHOKE are. I mean, a lot of these guys, minus Glowing, have had such a tiny amount of experience compared to a lot of their opponents, in particular the ones on the server here.
Well, even Fenneman, he's been a part of this roster for nearly 2 years now. You've got Lophicus that played on Gun 5, then got the call up here. Notaneki that played on Spirit Academy, then got the call up here. Blix, who played on Aurora Youngblood, and then got the call up. We're talking about all of basically the previous teams being academies or really low-level Tier 2 to Tier 3 squads. And you're right about Glowing. He offers quite a lot, but so does their current head coach. I mean, they added Brain only a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's made a huge transition to the squad.
Yeah, and for them, obviously, it's a complete contrast. We're talking about Fnatic and the legacy that they have and the fact that these players are playing just to keep themselves in with the relevant conversation of Counter-Strike, right? CYBERSHOKE don't have the similar pressures against them. All they have to do is just compete and look good, and if they can do that, and that may already be good enough. If they can take the victory, then even better right here and now. Anubis will be the matchup or the map that we play out, and instantly I'm looking at the high win rate that we've got on the CYBERSHOKE side and thinking, okay, this could be a juicy opportunity.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Anubis has been allowed in. I'll just mark off the last 3 officials that they played in the Galaxy Battle Phase 1 tournament. Against Paravision, they picked Anubis. Against Sky Fury, they picked Anubis. Against TNL, they picked Anubis. Fnatic is playing into strength here. They are playing into the highest picked map in the pool and one of the most successful ones. And I think in a best of one, where you're in a struggling level of form that's been quite underachieving what should be the expectation, I think this is a massive mistake in terms of a veto process.
It does worry me quite a lot, because I have some fears that Fnatic may be playing with a serious lack of cohesion. The Tipsport odds obviously do favour them, as you would expect, but I think that there's a good chance that CYBERSHOKE actually might usurp them here in this matchup. And I say that because if you're going into an Anubis, to me, as you mentioned before, that's a very strong map for CYBERSHOKE, and it feels to me like if you're going to allow that to float through, there's a best-of-1 pick, you haven't come prepared. Like, you haven't exactly got the necessary understanding of how CYBERSHOKE play and what their strengths are, and you've already played into what is a key strength in the veto.
Yeah, just to give an idea of the play rate, we're talking about 15 wins and just 6 losses in the last 3 months for CYBERSHOKE. We're talking with Blix and Glowing being incredible riflers on this map. So watch out for their strengths, because I think they're going to make a big difference in this best of one. I'm backing CYBERSHOKE for sure. I'm
going to give it over to Fnatic, but only because of the fact that they, on paper, are the better team. However, I would be so remiss to give CYBERSHOKE no chance. They are a seriously good dark horse in this best of one, especially in the best of one right here and now. A single good map, and you will be taking the victory. Let's see whether Fnatic can resist that outcome, whether they can keep themselves in contention as the pistol of Anubis goes live.
CYBERSHOKE's real test to be able to see if they can qualify to a non-local land. Try and see if they can get out here towards Prague. Get a good start in the Swiss stage and give yourself a good see. Lophicus doesn't see anything towards the canal, and the aggressive A players have got a bait and switch for Glowing.
Notaneki holds the USP. Anti-flash on Julie's directive on the USP itself. Shadows will be seen. Flashbang turned away from. Looks back in. They look to engage. And actually, Jambo and Crims come up good with the first couple of kills. Damage will be sponged onto Jambo himself. But 5-on-3 established for Fnatic. The A site gained and all. They'll be hearing those rotations in from mid as well. So they're aware of where they're coming.
Yeah, this is basically an impossible retake. BlameF is in a good position just to slow them down. Ends up getting impact, gets a goosh off, and this round is finished pretty easily. Good opening kills to come from Fnatic. Those A players, even with the setup in mind of the anti-flash, they just couldn't quite break it apart. They couldn't slow down the T-side individuals.
A solid start from the Fnatic side, and hoping they can begin as they mean to carry on. Confidence on their board. No way of losing the pistol. Should be able to get the standard 2-0 start. See whether CYBERSHOKE are going to force the issue. They picked up a couple of Julies of their own on Blixie. Venom taking Jambo down will ensure that they keep those weapons in check. I don't think they're going to drop to the bomb blast. So all's well that ends well for Fnatic. Again, opening round for them.
And Brain is going to add quite a lot of tactical depth to this CYBERSHOKE side. He was the head coach on Aurora. and he was the analyst out on 1win. So he's a guy that's worked with the experienced players in the scene and knows what's required to kind of press on. I mean, he's got a relationship with Glowing because he was the analyst at 1win when he was there before he moved over towards 9 Pandas. So 2 experienced players with a lot of youth. Try and get them ready for these important games, because no matter how we judge fnatic, it is still a top-end Tier 2 team, and it is still a threat in any level of competition, whether it's a best-of-1 or a best-of-3.
fnatic playing against the confidence of the pistols, stacking from the CT side, will try and engage against these rifles with the sheer numbers of players. Do get decent damage on the Fins and Matties, but not enough to really get any of the kills out of this one. All 5 alive for fnatic. Confidence in the 2-0. CYBERSHOKE get to the guns early though. Rifles out for the CT side.
Imagine how much it would mean for Matties to qualify to this LAN too. I mean, coming from the local scene, the Czechoslovakian players have had very few breakout individuals. I think when you look across the last few years, you've probably got, what, maybe Zero that was able to do it on Hellraisers back on the day. You've had Oscar with stints, same for Neofrag. And PR probably most recently on Gamer Legion. But it's sort of picking a few players, isn't it? You've really got to think about who's been able to make that jump.
Need to jump into this next round as well for fnatic. They've just gotten 2 picks right out of the gate. CYBERSHOKE punched in pretty effectively by Fear and Blame. F, Plant be secure. This round may already be over right here.
I wonder, Jay, if the next gun round goes the way of fnatic, do we just say, right, it's 13-3, it's just another one of these flight watches, good start, not an answer in the competitiveness, so yeah, it's over quickly.
It would be in character for how the day has gone so far, Dwayne. So I wouldn't be remiss if you made that assessment. I wouldn't challenge you on it, even if it would be early days.
At least they're holding on to 3. I think that makes a difference. So this hunt from Jambo and any of the last-minute T-side exits that they can get will make a difference to the economy. With the loss bonus, there'll be another buy-up. It just depends if they can hold on to 3. And looking at the positions, it looks likely.
Terrorists win. 3-0 looking good. Not quite able to hunt down that last player. Jambo got close, but no cigar on the beach. It's a non-smoking area. Those 3 rifles will bring back some potential confidence in the buy stay. Let's see exactly what it looks like here for CYBERSHOKE. Loss bonus will build up to a few drop weapons, but then gonna opt against it actually, get the more confident buy in the following round.
Try and get the AWP up and get that into the hands of Fenomen as quickly. And this is going to be a test for Fear as a caller to just kind of prove that the run of success that he had with Passion UA can be translated to an international team. I think it's, especially in Tier 2, quite difficult for those sort of local in-game leaders to transfer over to international teams. The most recent one probably is ZTR on Gamer Legion, but we've seen a lot of failures in which those local talents just struggle to work on international systems.
fnatic are getting involved in these rounds extremely early here. Another opening frag against Notaneki. Not a chance in this round, it seems.
No, and they're being driven back by a lot of util. Lovicus can just smoke off, try and deny the pressure that will come out here from the electric position. You've got Fenomen and Glowing caught on timing. Fenomen does do well for 1, but as soon as he loses that secondary fight towards Blame F, that's it. Round's wrapped up.
The last 2 players that remain are the 2 that went down in the previous rounds. It was just those 2 pistols, the 5.7 and the P250. The 5.7 just fell. Blixie out of the round. Lovicus being left to his own devices. The bomb will go down on the A-bomb site. Remiss to even get a kill out of this round for him. In fact, the only player that's gotten a kill out of any of these rounds for CYBERSHOKE until that point there was Fenomen. Dropped in by Fear, and Lovicus will make it an expensive one at least for fnatic. They've got cash to recover though, so it shouldn't be a humongous problem. And the AK will fall back into the hands of Jambo, so 4-0 start. fnatic doing well to keep the streak alive. CYBERSHOKE, another set of guns to buy.
Yeah, CYBERSHOKE has played 111 maps on HLTV in the last 3 months, and Jambo has played just 21 since joining up on fnatic. So we're looking at sort of a new course of the iteration of the opposition against the long-standing grinding team in Tier 2. So it is a bit of an underwhelming start, the lack of threatness, the lack of real competitiveness that CYBERSHOKE are offering. This is the first gun round where they can offer a big green. So Jambo, you're right about some of these aggressive challenges. We're seeing it out to A, we're seeing it to B. They have a mindset of taking a lot of aggressive duels right now.
At least this time, the CTs have evaded casualties, but they've taken quite an amount of damage. They've also been good at dishing it out. So Jambo not getting off scot-free. 19 HP for him. Fenomen on 35, Lovicus on 38. So all in all, it's Fnatic that come out a little bit less on the back foot. It's falling away from position of the T-side line. Mid-control established by them because there's no one really looking for it on CYBERSHOKE either.
And considering that Fnatic were at the last major, it feels insane that they have not been to a single LAN in 2025. They missed out on Blast Bounty, they missed out on the 2 Bucharest closed qualifiers in Astana, they missed out on the MRQ, and you just think, when's the next one coming? Is it going to be here for the Conquest of Prague? Is this going to be the tournament where we finally see the run?
I said earlier I had a decent idea of who my top 8 could be, and Fnatic are definitely on the border of it. Can they establish themselves truly in the LAN environment? Blixie takes one down. Fear will get that bomb plant in, gonna burn out of the way. Nades against Blixie will still dish out some significant damage, so Fnatic will not let them get away completely easy. They're tagged up but not taken down. Fear and Crims finally turn the man advantage back towards the favor of Fnatic and extend it with 2 kills on Fear's part. Blixie caught out in the open, not sure where to look, not sure who to aim for. Fnatic, wow, what a turnaround.
And this is CYBERSHOKE that's currently on a 5-game winning streak that beat Bait recently in the PGO Astana closed qualifiers. They might be inconsistent, but they have beaten some really good teams. And I'm looking at them right now, #1 map in the pool, one that they're very comfortable on. I mean, even the CT side win rate in the last 3 months is 50.4, which is still quite high for what is the most T-sided map that we have right now. This is a rough beginning. And maybe it is just these aggressive duels. Maybe it is the pace setter that Fear is calling right now on T-side.
One of the key questions since his addition, how is he going to use the pieces available to him? It's obviously been 4 months since he's been part of this roster. He's using them to great effect in the aggressive stances. Wonderfully played thus far from Fnatic so far. So little gained on the CYBERSHOKE side. Tacticals are being called in as well. The CIS squad needs to bail themselves out of here. They can't let Fnatic take all the control.
And this is where we probably read off Fnatic's tweet 3 days before the EU MRQ, Jay. Due to personal reasons, Crims will unfortunately not be competing for us in the upcoming major cycle, including the European Regional Qualifier kicking off next week. In his place, we have signed a short-term agreement with Borup. Pretty much over the next coming months, we will continue to evaluate Crims's long-term future within Fnatic, and we'll keep you all up to date with our future developing plans. That doesn't sound very promising, does it?
Well, at the very least, Borup is not here today and Crims is. So maybe they realise that Borup is not the solution for the long term after the MRQ. It'd be rather hard to justify staying in when that probably was a key goal of Fnatic in this season.
I mean, just the terminology of the tweet, Jay, the idea of subbing a player out and subbing a player in for such an important tournament, it reminds me of what the VP roster did with bringing Norbert out basically mid-RMR. It's just like, what is that decision? What's going on there?
Well, at least Fnatic did it before the tournament started, so you got that much.
Yeah, well, they didn't really give it a lot of time to at least embed him into officials online.
It's also true. A lot of rumours flying about how that's going to work out for Fnatic in the long term. We'll come back to that in a second because Fenomen is trying to hold AB defensive and did well to trade back Matties. The opening pick came in from Jambo though. Orpa's paradise right now. Close range from Lovicus grabs that A-CAD. I don't think they even realised this. Glowing is still going to get picked up as BlameF strikes back. Lovicus trying to defend this bomb site. The counter flanks in from mid. Going to try and engage as Jambo sneaks forward. Lovicus does go down in the end. Fenomen found that first trade. We'll now need to find 3 more picks in order to keep this round in a position, let alone winnable. I was going to say winnable round. It's probably not at this stage. Let that bomb get planted. There's no kit available for him. Just turns away at the wrong moment. Jambo peeked him. Headshot gained. Nice and effective. Nice and easy. 6-0 for fnatic. So, Dwayne, 13-3, yeah?
Well, they're getting smoked, so you feel as if it's a pretty high likelihood. This is a fnatic side where, on the T side of Anubis, they're putting a lot of high pressure outside of B main and towards the canals, and they're catching some good timings in the mid to late rounds, and that's a prime example of it, how BlameF can just walk mid, get all the way to Temple, and then get himself in a position where he can just cut rotations. And Jambo gets a freebie against Loficus, because where do you look? Do you look behind you to Temple? Do you look out there to B main? You can't look at two places at the same time.
Just made the wrong call, the wrong decision at the wrong moment, and sometimes it happens. Led to his death. Led to the round, going the way of fnatic in the end. CYBERSHOKE really slow to start on several players. Glowing and Notaneki are actually completely fragless at the moment. 0 and 5 for each player. fnatic. Not a single man is negative. Slowing things down a little bit more here. Not going to hyper-aggress their way into opening frag. They're waiting for CYBERSHOKE to start to make some mistakes. They almost did make one there, but Jambo was also caught off guard, so no opening frag towards the B site. fnatic start considering where they want to go here. Bomb's yet to commit.
That's a good protocol. So Jambo's playing back passive. It's a flash play to come in, and they just get themselves in a position to play very defensively. BlameF and Matties to fade this smoke out to Electric. This is going to be tough for the two CTs.
Blixie can't win the fight. Loficus gets 2 out of it, though. Starting to step up here at Electric. Top frag of the board for CYBERSHOKE as a result of those 2. Glowing back at Glyph, 23 seconds would have been heard there. HG's against him. Glowing still wins the fight against Fear. fnatic will be forced to save. Engages the Crims don't go well. Jambo looking for exits and now looking to run back up to the B bomb site. There is no flanks inbound, so he can make his way back towards spawn relatively safely. Hear that jump. He finally runs for it. And CYBERSHOKE, at long last, are on the board.
Well, it's good work from Loficus out there to Electric, because he loses his teammate pretty early on, and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can get Matties, but I should lose the trade fight to BlameF, and I end up getting 2. I wasted a lot of time. I bait my teammate of glowing on the site to just allow me to set up for the 3K. And the spacing looked quite tight there from fnatic, but just couldn't trade him. Great round from Loficus. Bit of that X factor. We want to see that a bit more consistently, though, from them.
Five to the good on fnatic still. A little bit of a ways back for CYBERSHOKE in the scoreline advantage. As well as that, they've got buys for days here on fnatic. 1 here and now, still got $3,000, $5,000, $8,000, $7,000 per players. So, investments for this round and in the next. CYBERSHOKE find that first frag again. Blixie striking against Fear. Out in towards the B bomb site they'll go. No flashbang to affect the CT players in the backlines. Glowing will take one. Matty's traded to a 2 versus 2. Bomb plant will be secured. Rotations will be staggered because they're setting up one player back towards Water and Electric. Matty's wary of that position, but him and Jambo to defend.
Jambo's AWP is just posted right now, and Fenomen is waiting to catch that timing of the AWP repositioning.
Jambo's so wary of the backlines, they can't cover off everything. Might come down to a game of timing like it was in previous. Jambo's watching main entrance. Temple will be uncovered. Utility in the hands of Fenomen. Flashbang against him. He still pulls the trigger and still gets his man. Notaneki making his way out, and Matties just knows when to strike, hold his nerve until that point, and pull in number 7, the half advantage for fnatic.
Well, they've certainly come into this Anubis T side with a game plan, and a lot of it, Jay, is pack and group. We're not seeing widespread defaults from them. We're not seeing them take mid, and then slowly put pressure towards A, and then maybe have players up on B. They are packing heavily, and it's putting them in a lot of good trading positions. Now, that is unfortunate. That's a perfect flashbang, and Jambo still finds a kill completely blinded.
fnatic certainly shutting me up in the way things have played out. I said at the start, I'm not sure if they came prepared for a CYBERSHOKE who do extremely well on Anubis. Well, I mean, just look at what you're seeing right here. Crims mows through Loficus. 1 of 4 pistols in play because CYBERSHOKE just don't have the funds. Notaneki will bring the M4 forward. Matties will back off, hold their weapons, bring them over towards the water position. A main entrance is completely open as well. Only Jambo crosses that bomb successfully. You won't have any concerns about getting in. About to find that out.
Yeah, there's no denying that on paper, fnatic are one of the strongest teams in this comp, and it's nice to see that they can slap around other competition. They can come in here and they can show the strength up against many. AWP posted, waiting for the mid-bridge. Notaneki misses that window to catch Matty, so it should just basically be a bomb site taken for free. And what CYBERSHOKE can do is poke around for a few exits, try and look for some damage, but there's no way that you can steal this round victory.
A to the board, CYBERSHOKE. Try and look into a last-second lunge under the bomb site. Catch them off guard, keep players in the bomb blast radius. Maybe get a kill or two out of it. Try and keep the economy limited as best you can. Not like it makes much of a difference at this juncture, though. Notaneki does take Fear. Matty's caught between a rock and a hard place. Jambo does take back Glowing, and BlameF will deal with Blixie, so no major threats generated, but they will make sure the 3 players drop. Rifles to recover for Fenneman. I don't think he's going to get there, no. fnatic in the lead by 7 rounds. CYBERSHOKE can only do 4 at a turn. Dominating a fair thus far.
Now, even with Borat playing instead of Crims at the MRQ, I think it's quite easy from the outside looking in to say that that was unacceptable to not qualify to the major. And I think that's certainly a push for the rest of the players to make a bit of a statement in these upcoming few tournaments to say we need better results. We need to get closer to that conversation of at least being around a tier 1.5 team.
Oh, BlameF straight in from Electric, finding Fenneman. CYBERSHOKE were not ready for that aggressive play.
They've been caught napping quite consistently in the opening sequences of these rounds.
Yeah. Another round where fnatic lunge forward, get a kill, and just back right off, play the rest of the round. Contrary to the aggressive, just gas pedaled straight into the bomb side that they've had in previous executions. A is going to be the target, and look at when they start taking main. Notaneki starts looking back towards mid to support Glowing. This is just going to be a walk-up. AWP Jambo might get caught by range, and indeed he misses a shot on Glowing. So now, Notaneki going to get right back to position, but gets caught with utility in hand. Is not going to go down just yet, but tagged and smoked. Grimmins can start to take away Heaven and look towards Beach. The AWP is ready to receive him, but missing a shot of his own, giving Crims a kill back. Backed up to the corner to hug the wall, getting damage on Lovicus, who's now low HP, finished off by Matties, unawares of the other player back at Beach. Not like it matters. Glowing and Lovicus are throwing in the tower to save their guns. This fnatic continue to steamroll them and even hunt back a Fear's Lurk back on that B bomb site. Lovicus trying to hold against the entryway, but Fear not going to fall for that trap. They'll look to save their lives, but it could still be dangerous.
And what was quite funny, Jay, when that execution was going on and they were walk contacting in towards A, I'm thinking, oh, classic BlameF sitting there outside B. And then I actually look at it further and I go, no, it's Fear outside B. And what we're seeing is a little bit more of those impactful roles and positions in which BlameF is taking, which is not just being the hard bait, he's being more involved in the trades. And we're seeing it, whether it's Canals, A main, him and Matties, they're just hitting everyone.
Indeed they are. Wonderful kill from Blame at the range. Exploiting a small gap in the timing there on the Electric position, and of course the rest of the round went the way it did. fnatic got real close to ending that AWP as well. Matty's just had the wrong pre-aim. Either way, 4 players fell. The outlook gets no better for CYBERSHOKE. And I mean, you could talk about T-sided nature or half biases all you want. I mean, you're looking at a 3-9 comeback in the best case scenario. Like, it's a very, very difficult ask for CYBERSHOKE, even if they are a significant dark horse here.
Well, I want to get your thoughts on sort of this fnatic roster of where it is with the current 5J. Do you actually see them being much of a threat towards the higher end of Tier 2 and getting closer to Tier 1?
I mean, look, as you said before, on paper they're an extremely strong roster. I think that there's been a few things going on that we don't fully know about here. There've been some rumors about Crim's permanence. I mean, even that statement you mentioned from fnatic indicated that there might have been long-term plans to replace him. And from what I understand, they were practicing with Borup just prior to the MRQ to get him involved in a more permanent position. Now, whether that's still true now, I don't know. But that's certainly something to think about when it comes to how fnatic have played. And of course, this is all just rumor I'm trafficking in right now. But even so, it's like just something to think about that maybe, because as you say, best team in, or one of the best teams in terms of composition of players, but definitely not delivering the results that we expect out of them.
Well, there'd be no denying that there's been a lot of changes for the organization this year. I mean, Keita got kicked at what, the end of last year, which was the head coach. They got rid of Body, they got rid of Nork, they bring in Fear, and then they bring in Bermalov, and I mean, even that's a bit of a questionable move at the time. He only lasts a few months before there's a new head coach, and then he ends up coming out to make room for Jambo. For a roster that's got the players that they have, I'm surprised about how many changes there's been as of late.
Fnatic's efforts to try and get back to a winning wave, trying to get back to decency. Decency out of Matties. That significant pickup that surprised everybody. The diamond in the rough and just mowed through 2 headshots. Got a third man of Fear that struck as well elsewhere. And just like that, CYBERSHOKE backhanded out of the tech pause into round 11 and into a 10-1 lead. Blixie, the latest victim of Blame F. Wow, overwhelming is this Fnatic side, and I just want to see more out of this, more of this from them in more matches.
Good luck with that one, because that's not happening. We'll have to wait for the next few best of ones, the next few best of threes. This is definitely a bit of a one-off performance for me. There's no denying that individually, they're just outclassing them, aren't they? Everyone's taking jewels. They're winning fights across the map, and it's not just the same players. We're seeing Crims with some of his aggressive moves outside B. We're seeing Blame F and the likes of Matties consistently roam the water and canals area. Notaneki is just... There's so many rounds where they're just constantly trying to save, where they're just not even attempting any sort of retake. This has been a rough showing from CYBERSHOKE, and one that they will feel is not good enough by any standard, and that could probably be said in quite a few of these best of ones that we're covering today.
I mean, but think about it at the same time, though, Greg. I mean, if Fnatic are one of the strongest rosters in individual basis, right? Yep. Surely then this could be this level of confidence should be on display in a match like this, where CYBERSHOKE are comparatively far less experienced.
Yeah, you can certainly say that, but who's had the better results as of late? I think CYBERSHOKE certainly have. You can play the experience card, but this is just an underwhelming one in which CYBERSHOKE have not delivered in terms of the adaptation on the CT side. I think they've attempted. We've seen aggressive canals. We've seen plays out towards B main. We've seen aggro maneuvers to the A main entrance. But all of these changes, I mean, the kill counts. Look at them. There's just no kills coming for anyone on CYBERSHOKE.
Slow to start on the CT side. Quick to end on the T half, it looks like, for Fnatic. Prods in from main, smoke off at canals. Jambo's not going to get much vision. Crims maybe ready to see a peek in from main. And actually, yes, from A site, Notaneki gets that opening frag. So starting advantage this time for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, they've got themselves some leverage, but they need a bit more. And 2 players start inserting themselves towards Electric. Matties is sitting behind the smoke. He's got Blame F starting a group into what looks to be an A lean with a late lurk out on B. Let's see if Matties can catch off Glowing getting aggressive.
Zug in that corner. No one is making action on the CT side. They are making noise towards Electric as the core of the T side start peeking up. Nixie sees him. Quick burst to the head of the MP9. Wins that fight. There's an AK to play with now for CYBERSHOKE. They've also seen where Jambo is, so they've got a decent inkling as what Fnatic are playing at here. Glowing is going to adjust. No trades available for the Fnatic side. Jumping MP9 gets his pick in. AWP swap this cost him his life, but Lovicus is there for the trade and will double up all the same. So it's a 10-2 half, a wonderful half for Fnatic, looking very, very good as they go to the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Fnatic might have lost the last round of the last half, however, I don't think that puts them off from the 10-2 advantage that they have gained over CYBERSHOKE. Moving to the CT side now, it's going to have to be a hell of a comeback from the CIS squad. Once again, a one-sided affair where a pistol win could lead to a very quick demise. 8 rounds to make up. Let's kick it off.
You've got Matties that finished that first half with 4 opening duels and 4 rounds in which he had multi-frags. He couldn't be stopped, and the entire team couldn't be stopped.
Fnatic leaving mid pretty open as they focus on the bomb site defensives, and now it's over towards Temple where BlameF sees him coming, gets one headshot out of it, but only one man falls. Matties alone now, seeing the bomb carrier taking his head, seeing not a Neki as well. A triple not quite secured. Fenneman puts him back in his place, but that's a man advantage gained by Matties' efforts. Jambo, Fear and Crims up to retake.
And they're slightly walking because they don't know if CT's been compromised. They don't know if Fenneman and Loficus have come out on Temple and tried to take aggressive space. It gets really slow, really silent. Tap at once. They're trying to draw some fights, but Fnatic are just too deep for it.
And they had that bomb tap as well, so Jambo can confidently make his way back into retaking positions. The kit and smoke on Fear. The equipment they've got to work with, and also the restricted diffuse time up. Maybe Ninja Diffuse could be on the table for him, and not really putting it out towards main. They're slow walking up, so smoke the bomb. Tap of the Glock here for Lovicus on the Diffuse. He looks to get, it's not even there for him. Tap of the headshot on the first man, the second man. Fenneman getting the kills back, and Lovicus follows it up as well. As Jambo goes down, CYBERSHOKE will claim their pistol and keep survival for now.
Yeah, so rather than smoking the bomb, they smoke one of the 2 entryways, and it goes out there towards Electric. You try and force players in the open, but it just doesn't quite work. CYBERSHOKE will feel that it's a lucky break, isn't it? It's something where you can finally relax, you can work sub-level of momentum, because you've just been given very few chances to show us your quality in this best of one.
A serious opportunity presenting itself now. Seven to the good still to make up, but not much resistance to post up the Fnatic right here. Upgrade pistols on BlameF's Deagle can take 1 player out of the fold. I'm trying to bait them into even more fights to try and take more heads and make it more expensive. Blowing to walk up. Or just missed the mark, but Fenneman's there to cover him off regardless. So, CYBERSHOKE make it 4, Fnatic make it a bye.
And this is for CYBERSHOKE's, not so much mental state, but just where they sit in the grand scale of CS. You've got to show a competitive edge in this second half. You've got to give us some belief in this Swiss stage that you've got what it takes to upset some decent teams, to maybe be in the conversation, to at least get the decider matches. Give us a running, because what we've seen in these last 2 best of ones is that, unfortunately, one-sided scorelines at the tail end of the first half just end the game quickly. We're not even competing for too much longer.
Mach 10 blind spraying into Fear will take the opening casualty of this round. Lixie will get traded back by Matties. Swings back to Fenneman, who will keep control. 4 versus 2 for CYBERSHOKE. Fnatic. A half ball into this round, so they weren't fully in it to begin with. Maybe there's more available for the rifles in the next.
It's starting to get talked about as the Furia buy. I'm noticing a little bit more at the tier 1 level than what we are at tier 2, but it's basically on the city side where you lose pistol, you upgrade lightly on an eco, and then you use the next round to force MP9's armor, and then kind of hope to steal the round, put some economical turmoil down, and then get yourself in for a really good gun round. We're just not seeing it very commonly at tier 2. Very few teams achieve it. I know that Big and Tabson over there, they like to call it quite consistently. Something that Fnatic will probably feel wasn't the best of outcomes. The 2 Deagles got 1 kill, and then the MP9's got 2 kills. So you're not really getting much out of these last 2.
You are getting a buy. Full set of M4s available. BlameF and Matty's the two fraggers, the two top fraggers of the Fnatic side right now at 14 apiece. Done well to earn those accolades. Fear tanks a lot of the damage that he is also going to output onto Lovicus. Fight back at Canals. Doesn't lead to an opening just yet, but that's two very damaged up players that could fall easily to an execution.
Yeah, A-site anchoring, one of the toughest positions out of maybe any map in the pool. And Crims, while not being there at the MRQ, is going to get tested. Notaneki clearing out A main space with the U2, and it's driving quite a bit of a rotation. You've got the fourth player, or third player, I should say, coming over towards A with the fourth player that could potentially be the rotation in from camera. And this means that Matty's is very light on defense on B.
Lean up for Glowing. Checking that mid position for the T side. They are very hunkered down on the bomb sites and Fnatic. Be a good thing right now at the 35-second mark. The flashes get turned up. Crims gets caught right in the face. Fear good to at least keep it together. BlameF is watching for Glowing, sees him, turns back towards the bomb carrier. But Blixie and Fenneman, quick swings and headshots, dealing with those A-side defenders. Matty's would have been heard in the Molotov. Swings forward. Fenneman gets another good kill. 11 total in the match for him. 2 in this round, alongside the 2 of Blixie. Leaves Jambo alone.
I'd be furious if I'm Fnatic. There's 3 on A there and a 4th player on quick rotation. And you only get the kill against Glowing and Notaneki. That's a pretty poor sight hold. Jambo, certainly not his fault being the B player and being the one to lately lurk towards A main. And that is a good read with poor execution for Fnatic.
Yeah, if I'm Cast, I'm calling a timeout. I'd be like, boys, what did I just see? That round was ours. Been claimed quite easily in any other circumstances. Well, at least they get the AWP away from the CYBERSHOKE side. Not a whole lot of cash to buy around it, though, so I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference. Just caught panicked, caught on timing, swings the CYBERSHOKE. Well placed to find the Fnatic players, and since the turn of the half, Fnatic have scored nothing. In fact, not even the last round of the last half was a victory for Fnatic.
Yeah, 10-1 to 10-6, you feel like you actually got a game on our hands. You get that vibe that this could potentially be an upset for CYBERSHOKE.
5 in a row between halves for the CIS squad, and should be number 6 as well. Half buy involved for Fnatic here, waiting for max loss bonus to kick in. They can buy around the AWP. Does mean Jambo's either going to have to go hero or get the hell out of Dodge. Initially placed himself aggressive in at the main. Molotov against Blixie, didn't pull the trigger. Close shot, but doesn't connect. Centralized towards that bomb site. CYBERSHOKE are forced to regroup.
Well handled, though, from Blixie. It just tries to not offer much of a connection, tries not to give too much of a chance towards the AWP. The Fear can re-smoke down, but I think the T's are going to go through it.
Execution set, Crimson's Deagle, strikes, damage done, 1 player tagged. HG coming up close. Dish out some more damage towards Notaneki, but nothing that really makes a huge amount of difference. Fnatic are starting to back off, keep their armor, if nothing else. The upgrade pistols would be nice, the SMGs are a bit more sacrificial. Just ease off the economical turmoil that's been ongoing. Keep the AWP in, buy around it. Confident buy available for the next, but that's 6 in a row now for CYBERSHOKE. The lead from Fnatic disappearing. Grim's going to take 1B on the smoke, but that is as far as this round goes for the CT side.
And these are the kind of moments in games where Fear needs to put his foot down and say, BlameF and Matty's, give us impact. You're the 2-star riflers. You're the 2 guys that we look at the most. So when we're in trouble, when we're struggling, you need to be generating not just kills, but round victories. And BlameF will be very happy with the outcome of these last couple of rounds of the exit frags, trying to keep the economy light. They come into it with a big green, and they come out of it with that and an AK. They need to close this game out. Do not allow too much of a return here from CYBERSHOKE.
Very nicely placed in the eco overall, but you're right, it's all about the next. All about the rest. It's all about the closing end of the game with Fnatic, because they are still in the lead despite the comeback. 3 rounds in the lead so far as we need to see more out of it. We need to see those next 3 to secure number 13, to secure his opening best of 1.
Even BlameF, I mean, he's just got to be so sick of playing online officials. When you join up to Fnatic and you're joining up with veteran players that have made the most part of their careers in Tier 1, the goal is, as soon as I drop down the divisions, we get back up there quickly. We start qualifying to LANs, we start getting in the circuit, and it just hasn't really happened. You've just been caught in the den of Tier 2 where you just, it doesn't feel like there's progression. It doesn't feel as if the team is moving up anywhere.
Well, just to set up exactly what BlameF's expectations were when he joined the team, he gave an interview to HLTV back in October saying, it's up to me to take Fnatic back to Tier 1 if I want to play there. So it's like, yeah, his expectations were pretty high for this squad.
And that was in October?
Yep.
And we're now the 23rd of April. I mean, that's a long time. That's 6 months. Yeah, that's something to really consider.
No Tier 1 sites for Fnatic right now. Fortunes can change, but doesn't seem like right at the moment. Fortunes can change in terms of how the matchup plays. CYBERSHOKE have been on their backsides and have been creeping up to close the gap. 3 more rounds to make up over Fnatic. 3 more for Fnatic to close the game.
I'm just wondering, where does the opening kill come from? Where is the aggressive position that allows Fnatic to get that 5v4? Because it's a very defensive line of offense. You don't have mid being taken straight away. Glowing's just setting up util, but the majority of players are outside of A main and towards the water.
Couple of potential angles in which they can present, but they are relying heavily on Fnatic peeking towards them. CYBERSHOKE are going to have to get aggressive soon. They're starting to prod for some access towards Electric. BlameF round the corner against Glowing. Glowing going to get checked for shoulder scene. Man goes down. Another player out towards mid, however, to worry about. BlameF will not give that man advantage. Quick rotations in towards the A site. It's Jambo to defend.
Jambo needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible because Crims is struggling to get out to camera.
Sending utility in as well. Jambo backs off, gets a fantastic headshot against Notaneki. Second player, close range. And Jambo shows that star power that he's well known for on that Passion UA come up. And Matty's following up in mid. The orb for your battle goes the way of Fenneman, but he needs to get 2 more picks. Leg shot on Jambo, 13 HP, but the USP is pulled out for the CT player. And Fnatic end CYBERSHOKE's streak of 6 in a row to claim number 11 on their board.
Yeah, fair play to Jambo. He's the only reason that that round can be won. I'm looking at the scenario with Crims struggling to rotate from Temple, even loses that first fight before his teammate sort of comes in to help him. There was just no rotates. There was no assistance for Jambo on the bomb side. He needed everything, and that's exactly what he got. This is a tough sequence. This is close-range shotgun AWPing, and Jambo finishes it off, which allows Fnatic to finally end the streak.
Excellent stuff. Fnatic taking a tactical pause, though. The second of the matchup, and at this point for very good reason, because things have not been going swimmingly for the last 6 rounds. They need still to get 3 more to close. They're closer than ever. They just need to seal the deal here.
Now, this is a smoke towards the T-stairs to try and stop any of that quick play into the canals, but rather than giving the respect, CYBERSHOKE just flash out and get on the front side of it. Matties and Fear, close range, scaling out here is the AWP.
He cheats against Notaneki, will get the early damage. Second one lands against him as well. Federman strikes back. Matties, 2 kills in Electric, transferring that spray to the AWPer at close range. Advantage now for Fnatic. You wanted some impact out of those stars. Well, there it is, as BlameF can strike onto Notaneki as well towards A main. It's a 3v2 compounding for Fnatic. And Jambo is up next to strike. Wonderfully played in the last round and will be played even better against Glowing. Shot back, Blixie received. Matties will go down in trade, but the man is so low that this clutch is impossible.
Now, this is a CYBERSHOKE side that just got completely out-dueled. I mean, for blameF to just hard, wide swing out to A main, just to find the straight connection, it's a confident play. And Blixie, well, he's just not getting any fight. No one's giving him a jiggle. No one's giving him an overswing. He should be able to get the bomb down. But I just can't see anything else happening. At least it will be the cash injection, right?
Assuming he even gets that far. 2 HP. blameF just needs to breathe on him and he'll be dead. And doesn't even get towards the bomb site. Stalled for too much time. Hope that the CTs would get overly aggressive, but that has not happened. And fnatic took a little bit extra time to get there, but they are finally on match point. One more round to close out their opening best of one.
And fnatic will feel that they have been developing a really good game plan in the first half. They've struggled to adapt in the second, but they've been reliant on some of those star players, those X-Factor moments to get themselves out of trouble. You've just got a situation where there was pressure building, wasn't it? I mean, that round streak of 6 in a row in a best of one feels like a hell of a lot more. It's a shame that CYBERSHOKE just didn't give us more in that first half. I think if we have a bit more of a competitive edge, we have a completely different best of one on our hands.
I'm in agreement. Even with that surgence of life, a 10-2 half is still difficult to return to. A 10-1 advantage is still difficult to come back against. Even though I was believing for a little bit there, CYBERSHOKE feel like they've hit the mark a little bit too late. 5 match points to play with. And fnatic. And they've got all of their guns. CYBERSHOKE only have pistols.
And they're walking and taking map control away. And notice how they're doing it without the T-Con smoke.
Blixie to check, but not all the way for fear. Kill found the first man. Second man will be heard. Third player's already walked up, so that'll be Matties' domain to deal with. Smoke, he's going to push ahead of it. C2 takes one, can't transfer to the second man, but he's got all the info he requires. blameF will start to adjust against that as Matties double dips and still takes a lot of damage away. blameF can finish off Glowing. Look for Fenneman as well. They're going to 3-man peek him right here. The lurker of Lovicus was hoping that something was going to happen towards Canals and Water. It didn't. Tech 9 versus 4. This is over. 13-7. fnatic looking far better than what we've seen for them in history. And hopefully looking like a team that can contest here in Conquest of Prague.
All you need to do is look at the numbers. There's 40 kills between blameF and Matties. And that should be the case in the majority of officials that they play. They're the 2-star players. They're one of the strongest rifle duos that you're going to have in Tier 2. So when they're performing well, of course the team is going to outclass the majority of opposition. And Lovicus, in a 1v4, is hoping for some mid-aggression, and it is coming at least.
Well, unfortunately for him, it'll be coming for his head. And he is not in a position to defend himself. Fight on Blame, does damage, but does not get the kill. And there it is, locked in victory for fnatic as they take the first win in their opening game here in Conquest of Prague.
It's a good statement there from fnatic. They're going up against a difficult opponent. This is a CYBERSHOKE squad that is one of those teams that sort of mid-pack Tier 2, but they upset some good names, and they make it quite difficult to beat you in series. So to be able to outclass them completely, to be able to just not even give them a shoo-in that first half, it's a good statement and it's a good result from fnatic today.
And to outclass them on a map that I was having some serious concerns for when fnatic let it float forward. And again, Anubis is such a good, well-played, highly played map for the CYBERSHOKE side and played to great success as well. I know that a lot of the results might not necessarily be to the highest level in the Tier 2 environment, but you're talking about a team that play and win this map so much. 5-map winning streak coming into this best of one, and I wasn't ready for fnatic to be as good as they were, so tip my hat to them. I didn't expect that, but they dominate their way for another game for the most part.
I mean, even the last official that fnatic played was the game that eliminated them out of the MRQ, and that was against ENG. They started on the City side, they got 2 rounds, they went into the second half and just showed nothing. They got absolutely stomped. So to have the confidence after that being your last failure and then coming into a tournament where you start a best of one and you're just instantly playing it again, it's a fnatic side that look a lot more positive. But they need to show this more consistently, and we need to see them go into a deep tournament run. They've got to show their playbook and their map pool when it comes to best of 3s now.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got the obviously best of one in round 2 to contend with next up, so you've got a little bit more potentially shaky ground depending on how the draw works out there. But for Fnatic, it's a very positive sign that I think they need to capitalize upon. Like I said earlier, this is the team I want to see. This is the team with confidence playing, with 2 stars that pop off, with an AWP that looks consistent to carry forward and start to look like a team that can contest at the top end of Tier 2 because they have the components to make it work. They have the players necessary to be a contender in this competition and many, many more. We just need to see that confidence leveled up. We need to see this team leveled up.
And perhaps it's this tournament where they can really capitalize on qualifying to their first LAN. It's been a long time since the Shanghai Major, and they'll look at 2025 and say, we've not achieved the goals that we're looking out for, so let's put our foot down, let's get the required wins, and let's try and go to Prague.
Well, it's 1 victory out of 3, or 4 actually required. Almost got that wrong there. Here in the Swiss stage, certainly 3 victories and 1 has been taken. So it's good stuff from Fnatic as they start off their tournament campaign with a big old W. CYBERSHOKE will have to go down to the 0-1 matches in tomorrow's proceedings, but there's plenty of chances to make up the ground here in the Swiss stage. Our final match of the opening stage and our final match of the day is about to take place after this very short break. Partizan will go up against Nexus in what will be a duel of the Adria region. We'll come back when we return.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Hello, Emi. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. As a full Serbian team under the Partizan brand, do you see yourselves as representatives of a whole country, a whole CS2 community?
I mean, maybe not the whole, but I guess like we see ourselves as a part of the community. There's a lot of good players from our country, and like Nico, Hunter, also they're Serbians who are living in Bosnia. So I would just say they're much bigger part of our community. But yeah, I feel like we're part of it.
Yeah, but maybe playing under the Partizan brand adds to that as well. Do you feel a lot of pressure maybe from fans because of it?
No, I don't think so. They're really supportive in good and bad times, and we're doing everything we can to make them happy and satisfied with our results. So, yeah.
As you said yourself, a lot of great players, a lot of interesting teams coming from Serbia in latest years. Why do you think that is so? Because Serbia is even a smaller country than other main countries in Counter-Strike nowadays. But with these players, looks kind of huge.
I mean, it could be better, for sure. I feel like there's not a lot of upcoming young talents coming out from Serbia. I don't know why that is, because they can see there's players who succeeded, you know, who are playing in good teams, big tournaments, and I feel like that should be a path for everyone to follow, you know. But it's not the case, so I really hope more young players will come and develop and be ready to play on the highest level.
What do you think is the form of your team right now? Because on Yala Compass, you were playing against pretty much same competition you will play now. What went wrong there? Because you were not really successful on the tournament.
Our form is like hit and miss, I would say. Like some days we're a bit inconsistent, and that's our main issue at the moment, because we have built the map pool. You know, we have a lot of good threats and everything on every map, but I just feel like our communication, our daily form is in question, you know. So it just inconsistent at the moment. Like if we play good on a day, we can beat a lot of good teams. If not, we can lose to worse teams than us. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, then maybe it's not ideal you are playing against Nexus Gaming, your first match, because it should be a pretty even match. Or do you feel like favorite?
I mean, we beat them pretty easily last 2 times we met, but I see that they're in a solid form right now. They were in playoffs in Yala, and they're winning most of their games at the moment, especially when Launix came in the team because he couldn't play for a while. So, yeah, I would say probably that it's 50-50 game, especially because it's a best of one, you know, no room for mistakes. Who wins pistols and, you know, stuff like this, it will have an advantage.
Yeah, of course. And for the last question, what is the biggest motivation for you this tournament? Is it the VRS points or maybe the LAN in Prague?
I think for us, both, but we really want to play at LAN because we feel that we play a lot better when we are on LAN. So we would really love to qualify for the LAN and prove ourselves there.
We would love that as well. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello Sound, thank you so much for coming to the interview. As a full Romanian team, do you feel like representatives of Romanian CS2 community?
I think it's obvious that we do. Like most of us actually really try hard repping Romania in everything that they do in their career. Like we always felt big pride going to tournaments and representing it, even with the Romanian flag or with the Nexus logo. So yeah, it definitely feels like it.
Is that a position with a lot of pressure on your shoulders as well? Because all fans are counting on you, not only on this tournament, but almost at every tournament.
Maybe I'm not sure if there is any pressure. I think it's more of the support that we feel. Like I think we get a lot of support from the Romanian scene. I think it can also get like a bit pressure-ish when we don't have like a good period, which we've had in the past, and definitely like it's more of the pressure that we put on ourselves, and to have the fans feeling the pride that we also do for the Romanian side. So yeah, I think
of course, and
the pressure is low. Sorry.
You're playing your first match. It's fine. Against that's all Serbian team. Is that a added spice for the match for yourselves, or is it just another regular match?
I think we treat it just like another regular match. We do play Partizan, like we have played Partizan often in these few months. So they are a pretty much regular opponent by now. So yeah, not saying it's anything special right now.
At your last tournament on Yala Compass, you were so close reaching the semifinals. Are you still disappointed, or you shook it off?
Part of being pro, I think, is having this, how can I say, skill of shaking the games off, taking the good parts, working on the bad sides, and I think we were good at doing this after the tournament. Yeah, of course, it stung a bit because it was also like our first good showing after a bad period. So while it did come with the good side of confidence, it also hurt us a bit, but we shook it off already.
And what was the main bad side you took out of the tournament and you worked on?
I think it was a bit of like the communication issues that all the teams face. But we also had a stand-in, so I can say that it is a bit different when we are the current lineup with Lonex, which we will be at this tournament. So yeah, I think it's going pretty good now.
Against Partizan, it should be pretty intensive and close match. Do you feel like it would be that, or you see yourselves as favorites?
I think I'm going into every match as seeing ourselves as favorites. So yeah, I think if we are on our A game, I think we are gonna pretty much bulldoze over them.
Okay, looking forward to that, of course. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you for having me. See you.
Time for the final match of the day and the final match of round one in our Swiss competition. Only 7 teams have made their way into the 1-0. 7 teams have won their first battles in the Conquest of Prague. Which one is going to win the 8th? Partizan and Nexus do battle here and now.
And this is a proper battle of tier 2, right? These are household name players that we recognize for a very long time, and they've all got the mindset of working hard and grinding and doing it in the local scene.
And as well as that, just the idea that they've got some head-to-heads against each other, the fact that they're obviously played against in some of the local competitions as well. Like, they probably don't want to have the same sort of outcomes as what we've seen today with the one-sided matches. They both want to give each other a very good fight. And with the fact that they've proven that they can do it in the past leg, I am hopeful that this matchup is going to be a one that delivers. Of course, Partizan on the one side of things, a team that I guess many people would expect not to traditionally be a top-end Tier 2 team, but they've looked pretty okay, all things considered.
I mean, led by Emmy, this is a guy that's played towards Tier 1. I mean, he was in-game leading on Contact. He also led the FPX lineup. And then he's also played in China with Tai Lu before coming back here to the local scenes. He's been all around the block. 31 years old. He's been in the scene for a long time. And I think Partizan as a team caught my eye really early on in the year. It was a CCT Series 17. They beat fnatic, beat Nexus, beat ENG, and then just lost out to 500. since then, they haven't quite replicated those sort of performances. We haven't quite seen those deeper runs from them. So this is about trying to work some of that inconsistent behavior and try and feel if a LAN is on the horizon for them.
Well, you definitely hope that they can try and make a run here in Conquest of Prague. I mean, in terms of the online scene, there's been some little hits and misses, as you mentioned before, not only in the competitions recently, but even ESEA Advanced has actually been a 0-4 start for them in this current season. So all things have kind of been going a little bit weird for them at the moment. I am looking forward to seeing whether the newest edition of Vladen's going to make a massive difference for them, because obviously tail end of last year with the Bleed organization, he was starting to find his own footing. So I'm hoping that maybe he could be an applicable, decent element here towards this new Serbian roster, basically.
Well, if we're going to backtrack about a month ago, he signed a multi-year contract extension with Partizan. So I think that tells you that he's here for the long time and he's here to try and push the Serbian scene on top. I know that the local divisions have featured Zero Tenacity across the majority of last year of kind of being neck and neck on who's number one. I think Partizan can safely say with some of the progressions that they've had this year that they've overtaken Damana and the boys.
Well, Vladen's not the only player with international experience returning to his roots. On Nexus's side, you've got two new additions over the course of this year so far that have also got international experience themselves. Sound and Longs may be young, but they've got quite a little bit behind them when it comes to decency and hype behind them as well.
Yeah, the thing is for Longs, though, I haven't seen it for a little while. He had a really successful Sprout period. Out on Falcons, didn't really see much there. Out on Bleed, he wasn't even playing for very long. And then played on Revenant, led by MBK, and that was also a bit of a disaster. So Longs probably feels with how the bad international projects have gone that you've got to come back home. You've got to come back into the local scene. And on paper, this Nexus lineup is slapping. You've got an experienced in-game leader of BTN. You've got a long-term supportive rifler in Raga. And then you've got Zello, who's always been a fairly top-end Tier 2 rifler. You've got Sound, who's a really solid anchor. So the pieces are certainly here for Nexus to try and push on. Problem is, Nexus have never done that, have they? They've always been a team where the roster looks good on paper, but they can barely push the boundaries to being a top-end Tier 2 team.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think they have such a hard time making it to that higher end? I mean, I guess, just give me the reason. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, maybe never going internationally might be the first one to be said. It's always been a local team. It's always been a Romanian one. And while there's been a lot of players that have left Nexus to go on to better projects, they've just never made it happen. I mean, it goes for BTN. I mean, he's been in-game leading this team for what? Nearly 9 years? That's insane, bro. He's still here. I can't believe that he has lasted this long, because that is an incredible achievement in its own.
Yeah, July 2016 is his first addition to this organization. So give it a year and a bit, and then maybe we might be seeing a 10-year tenure with a certain player with saying to the same organization. That certainly would be a history-making moment in my eyes. I don't know if anybody has been that long with a team like that. So here come the picks, here come the bans. We're going to have one map played, of course, one more map to decide it all. Dust 2. How appropriate to close things out here in the round 1 of the Swiss. It's a very good map for Nexus at the same time, Dwayne, so I'm starting to have some good things about them potentially.
Yeah, both of these teams have been grinding quite a bit in Tier 2, so their map pool is going to be fairly deep, and they're also going to get a lot of play rate on both teams. We're looking at Partizan at 4 wins, 8 losses in the last 3 months, and 6 wins and 4 losses for the Nexus side. Looking for the players to watch out for. Lonks is averaging a 1.26 rating on this map, Sound at a 1.22, and then Dragon at 1.20 on the Partizan side. So while the last few games have kind of been a bit one-sided between the two, we are obviously all hoping for a competitive best-of-1 in which both teams really give it their all.
I haven't seen Dust 2 as well since July of last year, actually, between these two teams as well. So we're going to be hopefully exploring some brand new territory. It did end up 13-7 to what was Team Romania in IESF, obviously the core of what now forms Nexus. So I do have some good feelings about how this one could go. For the Nexus side, I feel like they might have some small kind of edge, especially when you consider the fact that we have seen a bit of a losing streak as well from Partizan on this map. So I feel like map differences actually might make a bit of a difference in this context.
And this is where Nexus are sort of trying to hope to get the one up, just because we know that if you go back and forth with head-to-heads, it normally goes one way in one direction and then it changes if it's in recency biased. And we're talking about a best-of-1 that happened, what, 3 weeks ago? That's not really a lot of time in Tier 2 at all. So I'm sure Nexus will be looking at the last few officials that happened, the CCT where they got knocked out in the playoffs. The last one that happened at Compass, which basically was the only loss that they ended up taking in the closed qualifier, but then ended up getting invited into the main event. So they'll be looking for some redemption, right? They'll be looking to try and see if they can finally push on.
And the hope, of course, to break the symmetry right here, because this head-to-head actually has got 3 wins in a row for Partizan and 3 wins in a row for Nexus prior to that point. So in terms of their recent history, there's quite a little bit in terms of streakiness in the head-to-heads. I mean, maybe that might be a point to Partizan's favour because they are the recipients of the last 3 map wins. So maybe that's something to think about in terms of momentum swing over here. Maybe there isn't too much difference in how they adjust towards that previous best of 1.
And I think it's nice to see that Partizan have regrouped together, because this is basically the exact same lineup that led iNation back in the day. And then it sort of parted ways, the organization dropped them, and they ended up going in different international projects before reuniting together. Now, with Nexus being the favorites here at Tipsport, it has to be looked at of, well, when are they going to prove it with the results? Because I think due to the VRS hurdles, Nexus had to use Adron for a lot of tournaments, even though Lonks was their 5th. I mean, Lonks played in, the Galaxy Battle event recently, the X-Sort series, the Fragsters event, and the Astana closed qualifier, but every other tournament hasn't been the full 5 of Nexus.
And maybe this is their chance to get unleashed, if you will, to have this 5th man permanently join the roster now that the VRS system is not irrelevant right now, but they are looking at the next season, right? They've missed out on the MRQs, so they're not going to move on towards the major. Therefore, their focus now is to get as many points at the very end of this season, go into the next post-major tournaments and try and grind up from there with their full 5-man unit. So lots of long-term goals, but in the short term, it's about the victory here in Conquest of Prague as Raga kicks things off. Dragon is first to fall. Partizan will get to the T-side start. Things T-side biases both sides as well statistically. Raga unable to get a secondary kill out of his position. Zello can trade back Emmy from range, and Collins is on 7 points of health as well. So this could be a very quick trade, and indeed Zello pops his head above ground, takes a secondary pick. Kindo can trade him. Bomb open for Vladen, or BTN rather, to peek in and get his kill. So Vladen is all that remains. 1 versus 3, back lined up towards long, head taken off by Sound as Nexus claim the pistol.
And I really hope that Collins can sort of show more faces in Tier 2 just how good of a player he is. He caught my eye ages back when he was on 4 Glory and Partizan in previous iterations, and I thought this guy's got something. And he got a couple of international projects. I know he went out to play with Emmy on Entropic, didn't really work, ended up going back towards iNation before regrouping up here on Partizan, but I'll be watching for him. I think he's a really solid rifler for the Serbs.
A lot of well-known players in the Tier 2 environment, like you were saying earlier, Dweg. That counts for both teams. Partizan very little in terms of the second round bye. Happy to sacrifice this one off to an eco. Let Nexus get to the early start. Again, they're relying on the T-side win rate bias to give them a little bit of a leg up when the rifles are broken out.
And Nexus just know, keep that pressure on early. Make sure that this Glock round and lightened eco isn't going to find much success at all. Zello can slow them down with the Incendiary, and the MP9 from BTN can start farming up some cash.
Pick from Zello as well. Glock from range on Vladen. Unable to get his kill shot, so Raga and BTN get a couple more picks out of their SMGs. BTN will drop, but it's only an SMG lost, so nothing major. Sacrifice for the Nexus side. The man can rebuy. Everyone will have decent cash flow. And PTZ will have their own investment round.
We saw a lot of people complain when the VRS system came in, and ahhing, making excuses, this and that. I reckon Nexus were targeted the most because, let's be honest, end of January this year, they were 23rd in the world. How the hell is that possible? I'm not being funny, but this team should never even be close to a top 20 marker. But it just tells you a deep and run on LAN, no matter the circumstances, how much it offers these Tier 2 squads.
That's why Conquest of Prague may well be so important. I know it's not quite as weighted as it was in the past, and Valve making adjustments to the system, but LAN is still weighted better than online, so you start from the online environment, you'll work your way to the big stage. Dragon's worked his way out of the round right here. Nexus striking first once again on Zello's part. BTN seeing them coming. Incendiary down over at short, and we'll just stop progression from the Partizan side.
And Partizan need to find a return, and it's going to have to come from the mid players, because Vladen's got to be the late player to get into this B split. Lonks jiggling down, trying to get the smoke on the contact. This is where Sound needs to try and stall the mid players.
Zello swings up to do some damage from beyond the mid doors. Doesn't get any of the picks for it, though. Playing very quietly here, Partizan. Just playing in mid, not taking short or catwalk control. That means the BTN's going to be receiving nothing. Raggar's got nothing out towards Longhouse as well. The utility being thrown in by Vlad is going to indicate that this is going to be a B play. Zello will get challenged from beyond that CT smoke as well, so they're going to have to adjust against it. Sound is focused on those mid-fights. The Orb of Kindo can ring out, and now the AK will start walking. Decent SMG kill from range on Long's part, alongside Sound's combination. Rag from outside of the bomb site supports. Emmy gets 2 picks out of the entries, and the bomb plant will also be secure, but 18 HP to win a 1 versus 2. You're going to need the perfect spray. Not going to happen. Nexus continues the streak.
It just felt on that bomb site that even the lurk smoke that was offered up from Vladen to work around it to catch a timing is just being pre-aimed, and Nexus gets so much success against the mid players. This is a good opening first few rounds of the game. They're putting a lot of pressure against the Serbians now. Even though it's a bomb plant, there's still not a huge amount of money. So what we'll probably see is a hero or 2 and just a light and eco around it for the T-side line.
Nexus looking fantastic overall.
I don't even remember like the last time I saw an ump in pro play. Just thinking about that for a moment. It's just always MP9s, isn't it?
I mean, last time I remember seeing a UMP was back during the UMP meta.
Oh yeah, well that was everywhere. That was just every eco. Get the ump out.
Mate, have some rifle rounds. It was that bloody good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I actually picture big at, was it Krakow when they did the jump spot bug? Isn't that the one where they
yeah.
used to use a lot of the umps?
You're telling me I can win the round and get rich? Sign me up, boss.
Yeah, that was an intriguing period of time.
UMP no more. One AK for Partizan here. Zello flashed off position. Incendiary from Sound immediately going to block them. Stop them from progressing, because if they all pour out, then there's no guarantee that both these players will survive. They're doing decent work at disrupting the line of engagement, but Partizan don't have a lot of firepower to work with anyway.
They're hoping to catch a lucky timing where maybe someone's caught with util out in the open or too aggressively behind the doors, but it's a passive setup from Nexus, and there's no opportunity granted. Sound is just jiggling. The AK comes out. Emmy does win the first, but there's still 2 players on this B-bomb site.
Sound down, Launch spotting them from beyond that gap at the B doors will take a lot of damage. As Emmy, the man that gets picked up first by BTN. Beyond that smoke, Zello can strike, and finally Launch can get his kill on Collins. And Dragon will take 1 player back from the short access. That bomb has to make its way in from CT spawn, however, hiding in the smoke. Kindo. He's back to make a play, isn't he? Kill found the first man, driving in for Dragon as well! The Tech-9 gets both the headshots, and Partizan steal it from underneath the nose of Nexus.
And that has just come out of nowhere. That's come to good patience. Fading that smoke, waiting for the timing. Ragga had to pretty much do a 180 to try and flick around against the Tech-9. It felt as if nothing was getting generated, and then within a split second, it's gone from being an expensive round to being a round stolen.
The blink of an eye, and because one man hid in the smoke and another flanked perfectly, Lugz and Ragga were both distracted by that mid player. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful for Partizan. I'm hoping to see more out of that as time goes on, because look at what he's done to Nexus, crippling them. Bringing 3 rifles back, yes, but a Deagle and an MP9 to back it up. Partizan could equalize the board with just a round win here.
And BTN's going to be furious if they start getting a losing streak now, because that was a 4 versus 2 against a lightened buy. That should never be able to be recovered. Vladen watching out for any of those aggressive sight lines in the upper tunnels. You've got Lonks that's just jiggling on a contact with the smoke, and a very heavy stack towards A at the moment. We've seen previously 2, sometimes even 3 players towards the B-bomb site. Instead, it's heavy short.
Flash against BTN going down. Emmy lined up behind Ragga as well, and looks for Zello on the site. This is a whitewash round because Nexus have been steamrolled. Partizan look towards that A-bomb site because it's completely clear. Longs alone on B, outside of B. Nowhere to be in this round. You're done. It's second on the board.
And that's just the chef's kiss with a flash assist, isn't it? You've got Emmy that sets up the molly, which does two things. It either drives the CTs aggressively to get on the front side of it, or it forces them back. And then that flash, if they are going aggressive, they are just going to be completely blinded if they're not playing anti. Both of them just almost hugging the wall. Great work from Emmy. That's an easy triple from him.
That it is. Well played, well placed. Nexus crumbling before his feet, and now crumble before Partizan on their third round, so the board should get equalized. This eco round now. Oh, good shot for Zello, though. He wants to contest that much. AWP down. There's only one way to counter a steal. It's with a steal of your own. They get in there, just pop that one head and just back off completely.
Miss smoke out there towards the doors means the Dragon's going to have to peek in dry. Need to be clearing all of those cubbies just in case. Flash around the corner, you clear the space, but what you don't know is how many players are out on B. So this is why Dragon is just searching for info.
Drive that player back quick.
It's a shame that that smoke came out too early. If that molly goes down without the smoke, he catches Zello for sure.
Especially because Zello's just got to pick on towards Dragon, so it's a 5 versus 3 all of a sudden. Quick boost up above the big box, and we're going to back off towards the A-bomb site. One more Deagle headshot could connect. Not only Collins in a bad spot, because Longs just caught a kill of his own right. Emmy's down, backstabs held. Collins is in trouble. Bomb's been dropped. Needs Vladden to get here to support. Collins, another good kill out of it. A 2 versus 2 established. Longs on the corner. USP does his ding damage. And now everyone is low. Zello, if he times this well, this could be excellent. That smoke involved at CT, re-smoked, and Molotov against him. Zello's forced to act, move forward to it, push forward, and just get spotted by Collins. So Partizan barely hold on to the round. Nexus got very close to returning the favor there.
I'm getting the feeling that this is going to be a game won and lost on tilt. We are seeing some scrappy rounds from both squads, ones that are going to start hyping up quite a bit of frustration. Eco's getting too expensive, round steals not quite being taken. Partizan were in trouble. They were in a 2v5. I know it's against a lightened buy, but even that, you shouldn't be able to recover a 2v5.
Partizan are going quick right here. Into the tunnels, counteracted by HEs and smokes, incendiaries to block them. Cancellation forced out by Partizan, but you could see the intent that was there. B site was the target, they just couldn't act on it.
I have to cancel as soon as that util gets pummeled. Zello going to get flashed around the corner. Doesn't say anything aggressively. This is where the T's from lower ton should start driving him away. Go back and forth with that util. Lonks is hoping to catch Vladden, because previously when that lurk smoke's been thrown out, he's tried to walk on the edge of it.
Another good re-smoke. Just stall out for as much time as possible. Partizan is starting to move away from the tunnel's entrance. Collins has been working out mid. Haven't found any kills for it yet, but he's at least established a little bit of map presence there for the Partizan side. 45 on the clock. We'll make a move soon.
The B players are just running out of util. BTN's the only one left, and he's already out there towards short. Longs needs to just try and get one, and Sound also needs to do the same.
The Molly flashes sent. Longs not going to get caught by any of them. Zello lands on Collins first. Longs sees one, isolated by Sound. Now they're aware of both players. Lean forward, Dragon gets his pick in. Longs is trying to isolate these individual fights. He gets Vladden at last. Just runs out of ammo over Dragon. 3-on-2 established. HE send 15 seconds. Time is ticking away on Partizan. Zello gets the headshot against the bomb carrier. And Hindo is close range against that AWP. But that will not lead to success right here. Down quickly to the trade. Nexus reclaim control.
And now we start getting ourselves into a matchup where it's starting to feel quite slow, isn't it, on these gun rounds? We're not seeing a lot of pace from both squads. They're trying to sort of out-time one another, try and pull over rotations. But it was Zello's lurk kill against the mid player that made all the success. A decent effort from the T side to try and deal with those two anchors, but it just couldn't quite work it. Nexus hold on to the lead and make it a 1-up.
Trying to extend that advantage here as well. AWP set for Zello and for Kindo on the other side of the board. Not much else received though. Partizan Starting to walk slowly into their contact positions outside of the longhouse here in Vladen. In from mid doors, expecting there to be some contact. Nothing seen in the smoke fades, however. Molly's sent towards Zello, going to spread eventually. He's forced forward. Flashed over, shot doesn't connect. He burns even more so. No support of the smoke. Kill found on Partizan.
Yeah, just a moment there where the AWP can't afford to take a missed shot. Raga now getting mollied, tries to get the high ground, but they break open the smoke. That's an easy kill. And now Lonks and Sound, I mean, they can't even attempt it. The problem is they're in a position where they can't really back off. At least Sound couldn't. He gets stuck out there at spawn. Lonks can try and hold on to the AK, but you expect the Partizan are going to start putting some bodies towards him later on in the round, try and get that final exit frag. Now, what should be noted is that we're talking about two ex-teammates here. Both Vladen and Lonks are part of the Bleed organization. I know they didn't play many officials together because they were sort of, one was coming in when one was coming out, but it's going to mean a lot in this rivalry between the two teams.
Who recovered the better? Certainly, as you mentioned, Lonks has had a bit of a dry spell when it came to that star potential that he proved. And part of his initial stint here with the Nexus side.
I think a lot of those Sprout players that were really successful have struggled to move on. I mean, you have Refresh. He's gone out towards 9 and it's been an okay project. The only one, to me, that he was a part of when playing on Sprout that's done well was probably Slacks, right? Going over to M80 and playing mainly in the Tier 1 circuit in North America. I think a lot of those other guys, maybe, I mean, look, Stair went towards Astralis, but, well, is that even a positive at the moment?
I wonder how much of Astralis is going to be changing over the next few months. Or he lost the IGL, maybe he could be on the chopping block next. Oh, Partizan making good on their efforts on T side thus far. About to take the lead away from Nexus, minus another wacky steal, which it happened once before, so I'm not counting it out. Flash in, evaded by Vladen, well placed from him and Dragon as well. Kills come easy. The round comes cheap.
Yeah, Partizan have just got to feel that all of these lighter ecos have threats at moment, but let's just close the round down. It's only a couple of kills. And Nexus will not be able to get the big green. Oh no, Lonks has just got enough money, so yeah, he can get armor and a big green, chuck that over to his teammate of Zello, who probably needs it. I know that he's had a tough time in a few of these duels, but if we're going to think about the impact he's offering, you do want the AWP in his hands. He can be a player that can make a big difference.
Now's the time to make that difference work. Nexus behind on the round counter. Partizan just at the edge of the smoke there for Vladen's caught off by Raga. All important. BTN moving up from mid, seeing a player that's the shoulder was peeking out. Man dives right behind the doorway. Meanwhile, Sound gets down into under the lower dark position. Collins will get the kill on BTN on the trades, but that's 2 picks the Sound found. Turned back on towards by Raga, at least defending himself up top mid. 2v2 with Emmy support. Collins and Emmy will group pack and move together. We're going to house, but they'll hold out for a second.
Way too messy there from Nexus. It's a great opening stance to the round when they win the first fight from Raga towards top mid, and then Sound gets 2 at underpass. But you have to look at it and say there's just over-peaking from that point onwards. All the CTs are getting way too aggressive. And Collins and Emmy, they are hoping that if they can just freeze, this is when the CTs are going to make the mistake. And it looks likely that they are going to walk straight into Collins.
Headshot found, Zello down. Lonks finds his return, however, where is Emmy? They do not know about this. I think he might have split his way on towards short, so Emmy can hear those footsteps and try and just chase him down slowly. When does Lonks turn his head on a swivel? Does Emmy realize that he's tucked himself in a car? There's an incendiary for him to use, so he could push this position out, but he's not going to opt to do so. He wants to play the stealth game. This could play right into Lonks' hands. He's watching, waiting, expecting Emmy to come back. But Emmy, he almost checked it all the way! And he turned away at what felt to be the wrong moment. But the quick flick back gets the headshot. And Partizan hold on to 6.
What I'm noticing, Jay, is a tendency in this first half. Nexus are throwing away man advantages. This is now 2 5v2 rounds and a single 4v2 that have not been converted. And this is where it goes back to leadership and it goes back to the captain of the team for BTN for allowing this to happen. That's not good enough from Nexus.
Especially on the map, they do so well on Partizan, in very good stead to make it 8-4 at the turn. Only pistols available for them here. Raggers just jumped to see them. Look at frustration on his face, like, yeah, of course I did. Zelda's get one decent deagle down on Dragon, so that's a long-range kill. Back up top mid, a 4-on-4. But they've lost the A-bomb site, and that is the key factor here.
And you asked me earlier, Jay, that why haven't they been able to be a top tier 2 team? Where have the struggles come from? Well, maybe it's the 3-0 beginning that's now potentially going to be a 4-8 with so many winnable rounds that have not been taken.
It's a key concern to think about. And grab that one pick and the AK can stay in for the final round of the half, the CT side. No exit fracture of the pistols though, so not much else recovered. They'll be buying down as standard as best as they can afford. I think they were missing enough cash for the AWP and armor, but see exactly what the buy looks like in a second. All those fears will get confirmed or otherwise. The greater fear, as you mentioned, is potentially the 4-8 deficit the Nexus will be playing on against during the second half. Do get the AWP out for Zello. Orbital battle in from mid, connects on Kindo. That's a bit more like it. The leg shot gave the opportunity he needed, but Dragon's got another kill back. Burning to Ragger's Molotov from beyond the grave. Advantage stays with Nexus here, and Lungs is looking to dip in for more. Vladden's right around the corner. He's ready to receive the first man. Is he ready for the second? Headshot gain, turn back. Sound is blinded, but Sound comes away on top.
It's just so messy from both teams. Emmy gets a good timing. BTN against Collins on the jiggle out here towards the longhouse. AK struggling, and the M4A1S finally overwhelms. Emmy knows where roughly Zello is. He started the round towards mid doors. BTN's aggressive out towards long. This is a winnable chance for the in-game leader.
Low HP, but BTN shuts him down with a quick burst to the head. And it's a 7-5 half. PTZ still lead it, but can they carry it forward? We'll find out after the break.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
All's looking good for Partizan right now, but not by the margin that they would have wanted to. Missed out an 8-4 opportunity to a couple of very good engagements and a couple of mistakes being made. 2 rounds to the good. The closest half scoreline we've seen so far today, Greg. Let's see if it's going to end off in a close little affair or whether Partizan will run away with things or whether Nexus can bounce back on their T side.
A util for Collins to start off the round to go aggro towards long. You've got the Julie set up in the hands of Vladden. And Collins just jiggling, can fall back. I wonder where that HE is going to lob and how much damage he's going to be able to do in the mid portion of the round. Emmy's making an extension. This is quite far and aggressive towards short from him.
His pistol set. Down range from Collins, looking for their first pick. It's Vladden that strikes the Julies of Lungs. Damage was done towards Zello at least. Collins, another fantastic peek and pick as Zello goes down. Finishing off the job he started. Kindo also on at elbow, taking a pick alongside Emmy with Sound's casualty. Dropped dead and buried. BTN 1-on-5. Partizan will look to make this pistol happen, look to claim the start on the CT side.
Yeah, very rare do you see double HEs being brought up on a pistol round, but it works out nicely. The first one does some tag damage against the majority of the long faces, and then the second one just breaks the smoke, and it just means that Nexus are out in the open with no cover at all. And BTN is hoping to try and find just one kill, if at all, but that's not going to happen. Partizan get themselves up to 8. I think it's nice that Partizan have kind of come back and reinvested into CS, because this is a traditional sports club, basically. Partizan have got a football team. I know they're in basketball, they're in swimming, handball, they're in all these different sports, and it's the same club that run all of it. So to get them invested into esports, to get them invested in a long-standing core of players, it's about trying to get them towards the top end of Tier 2 again.
Even so much so that esports is listed on their Wikipedia page.
Is that right?
Yep. Like 37 sports is what they are involved in.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Esports Balkan League winners. The eFootball Pro Champions. What is that? That can't even be a thing, can it? It's not Counter-Strike, so it doesn't exist.
eFootball, that sounds like some FIFA thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
oh, no, it's not called FIFA anymore, is it? It's actually called
not,
like EA Football, whatever it. I don't even know.
Yeah,
I don't play those games.
No, of course not. We're just here watching, grinding, playing CS. That's it. Nothing else exists. Nothing else. No care, no matter. Now I want to know, is Nexus even going to give a run for Partizan's money? Because right now, it was a good start. There were some competitive rounds, but the scoreline's starting to dip away, and I don't have a good feeling for Nexus that much is going to show in the second half.
4 rounds to the good on Partizan's part. Nexus trying to make their way in towards Longhouse. The flashbang keeps them blinded, and Emmy and Collins can clean house. Even the Famasa Collins with a triple. Emmy gets his second piece of the pie, and Partizan pounding Nexus for 10 on the board.
I wanted to ask you, Jay, do you remember what one of your first memories of Nexus was as an organization? Because for me, it was watching the young Zello. That was my first experience casting these kind of guys.
My first experience was back in the MDL in like 2017, and I was filling in for Harry because he was sick that day, casting with Hugo. And Nexus got absolutely smashed out, and there was just one guy who took a Tech 9 to them on cash, 1v3'd them, headshot, 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 and just, yeah. Stand out as a memorable moment in my early esports career.
Yeah, they're a long-standing org. They have invested for a very long time in esports. And with this iteration of players too, I mean, there's a lot of guys that are on the lineup now that have sort of come and gone through the org.
A lot of tenure, a lot of history. A lot of alumni from the Nexus camp.
I remember the old green logo too, where it actually had their name on the logo. Do you remember that one?
Yep, that was what they had back when I commentated that moment.
That's what I remember.
Wasn't the OG logo though, I don't think.
I think there was also, if I remember correctly, a North American team that was called Nexus. I don't know if it was Nexus Gaming or Nexus Esports. It was the red logo. I remember them playing in a few North American events back in the day.
There was a team sort of similar to that. But not nearly as good and not nearly as cool as this one. Unfortunately, not looking good or cool at the moment for the Nexus that is on server here today. 11-5 is the scoreline for Partizan. A couple more rounds from closing. Nexus need to deliver something, and Zello does deliver a kill. Kindo down towards mid.
Yeah, Sound was kind of giving it in the interview, sort of not being afraid, being maybe a little bit egotistical. I think that's coming back to bite him now when you look at the scoreline. Dragon to break open the smoke, but no duel presents. It's Collins to try and block this advantage that's being taken here to shore.
HE lands well on Sound.
Yeah, watch out for this flashbang from Dragon.
Collins was thinking of pushing, but opted to back off. Does push forward in the end. Long time to reveal the edge of the smoke. Back turned away. Kills found. 2 on the lineup. Collins down there gets a triple, but he's done more than enough. BTN trades into a 3v3. Dragon's backing off. Raga has caught Emmy, and BTN turns on to the last round of the A defensive. Vladen is all that remains. Backed up, held away. Catches the shoulder of the AWP, so Zello can drop. And now needs to go for an AK and clutch against 2 more players. Incendiary to the bomb site. Try and force a man back. Looking for utils. They're going back towards long. Seems to be the case. Back against the attention drawn away, but what more can you gain out of this? Very difficult clutch to make happen. He's got a kit at least. But heads turned towards long now. What a tap that is against Raga. Will he check for car this time, though? Will he make the same mistake as Nexus? No. Shot on BTN. Connects and keeps it all together.
It was a bit of a boneheaded play there from Collins, and you could tell that Nexus were expecting a flash setup. Longs is playing anti-flash as that smoke is clearing, and instead it's just the first contact kill to come through from Collins to make it 2. It's a shame that he can't quite find that third, or his teammate up there on the short boxes couldn't quite find impact. And Nexus end the streak, but they need to start finding consistency. That's what they've got to be looking at now.
First of a streak that's required to bring us back to a lead. They lose it here and now, they likely lose this game. Allowing the early portion of this second half to run away from them. Partizan getting closer and closer to a win. All they're going to do now, close the book.
And Nexus are just getting a lot of respect right now towards short and mid. There's not much counter-util. There's not even any aggressive bodies being set. Collins is going to put that incendiary down to try and clear out the close, deeper angle of the mid door. But short is completely open, and you expect Kindo on sort of this back passive car angle where he can play on the elbow. If it is a short take, he probably could find quite a bit of success.
Dragon's got a slight angle above that smoke. Backs away in the end. Fall away from contact. Smoke involved. Collins can block it somewhat, but not all the vision is taken away. HE on Emmy. Nicely placed to BTN. Tagged low to 46. Sound on 51. Vladden stands with a 3-man lineup that nearly lines up completely. Dragon with a kill. Return back. Collins from beyond the smoke doing damage to Zello. Now it's 2 players tagged heavily on the T side. Almost getting that kill from beyond the smoke's clearance. Emmy can follow up on Zello. He goes down. Bomb plant in a 2 versus 2.
They're so close to dropping that bomb in uncomfortable territory. Longs to try and get out to the backside. Now he just needs to stay alive to buy time for BTN to come from upper tunnels.
Now he's here. Hold the angle of attack. Emmy moving up, Longs to spot from the back lines of the site. Waiting for them to extend quite deep into it. Tap burst through, Longs gets his kill. And still BTN reveals nothing of himself. Kindo to try out from the window perhaps. Got no kit though, so surely got no time. We'll take a fight which he'll lose anyway. Longs with 2 and Nexus keep it together.
Yeah, that was a pretty good setup there from Partizan. They have a nice tidy off angle from Vladden. I think he'll be kicking himself to not get 2 because it was an element of surprise. Even on the B bomb site, you're wasting time. The spam was so close to catching Zello. Eventually killed him, but they needed to drop him earlier. And BTN just spamming back against Collins too. Good work from Lonks in the post plant. Nexus, they're winning these last couple of rounds, but it feels like they're just holding on, aren't they? There's not much in it. They're not getting that same comfortability that Partizan had in the first half when it came to gun rounds.
Well, tactical pause called in by Partizan because they still hold a decent lead. Much like Fnatic from the last game, they just have to focus on closing it out. 2 more rounds will do it for them. Whereas 4 more rounds for Nexus will even that scoreline. A little bit of stress on the face of Raga. The second longest standing player as part of this Nexus squad, hoping that his new compadres can deliver something big that Nexus will need.
Well, this, third stint from him is kind of coming up to 4 years, or getting close to, and he's previously played on Nexus twice, and that's not including that time window.
Short getting cleared up by Nexus. Dragon waiting Keep making their moves in. Flashbang evaded. Is he too far forward? Gets his kill. Sound is down. Kindo going to play off that distraction. Flash forward for his teammates. Gets a kill back in. Trying to transfer to the second man. No. Longs and Zello keep control. Longs turns it into a 3 versus 2. Dragon's now revealed. That HE will come out and Longs will go down. But from the distance, Zello connects him. And somehow Longs evaded the nade. So it's all a 1v3 now for Remy.
Fundamentally, that was an excellent call from the CT line. They get the first kill in from the mid doors, getting on the front side of the flashbang. And then the protocol is, let's just all try and hard swing and catch them off guard, catch them with util out. It's the right call, but they just can't quite get the kills. Longs somehow isn't traded. I don't really know. He's on low HP. The HE even should have caught him. One of the riflers should have been able to do so. Emmy might be able to get one against Raga, but I'm not expecting anything to come. Nexus will be able to get that bomb down, and Emmy is long out of this round.
That's all right. Longs with a triple. And the gap closes to 3. Nexus knocking on the back doors of Partizan now. Very well done from those mid players. All those fights coming their way. Giving Partizan nothing but pistols in the follow-up. A couple of upgrades on Dragon and Collins, but you are looking for miracles if they're going to win a round like this.
Just need to focus up for the next gun round. Get yourself a good chance. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of AWPing from Partizan come this second half at all. It's been mainly rifling. BTN trying to clear as much space as possible, passing back all of the util, because in case that MAC-10 goes down, they're not wasting all the util.
Lean forward as Dragon reveals himself. Molotov's placed well against Kindo. He'll burn. I think we're pretty scot-free, all things considered, though. That 5-7 swings for it. Kill is not found. BTN takes one before Collins will trade it. USP of Emmy is also revealed to be out in the open there on shore. Eventually caught off by Longs' AK. Advantage does get taken back to a 3v3 as Collins will strike another headshot. 2 players the fall for either side. 1 HP for that 5-7. And smokes against his name. We expect to make a play right here inside this smoke. Bomb tapped. And somehow Raga has whiffed the easiest kill of the game right here. Collins finally put the luck in his place by Zello, who turns up a double. And Vladin, MAC-10 picked up, range against the AK though, burst fire, takes down Sound. AK upgrade, AWP's on the bomb site, he's trying to bait it. Oh, he sees his man, connects a stellar headshot, and clutches map point for Partizan.
What is going on? What have I just witnessed? Raga! Hello? What? How has he not got that kill? Oh, that's such a big whiff. Easily the biggest whiff of the day. That is a shocker from Raga.
No doubt about that. 1 HP, point blank. You had an AK, sir. An AK.
That's such a tilter. And in that round too, to now give it serious point to your opposition. How do you mentally reset? I don't think you can. You don't have the time. You don't have the breathing room to reset after that round.
Raga looks utterly pissed. Like,
well, they've just trolled so many ecos in the first half and now in the second. And it's back to what I was mentioning earlier with the 5v2s and the 4v2s. Rounds in which just fundamentally can't be lost are somehow being lost by this side. And that's a terrible sign looking forward for this entire group stage.
Let alone this game, which is 1 round away from being lost to Nexus, 4 to make up to get to overtime.
I just look at how well Nexus did at the Yellow Compass Qatar event in the Best of Ones. Beat Spirit Academy, ENT, Metasport. And this is a side that I wouldn't even call a top-end Tier 2 team. So what's translated from that result to now what we're seeing today?
Partizan on top. Damage done to Emmy is going to be returned onto 3 other players of the Nexus camp. Five more kills is all it's going to take. Long control established by Nexus. Players are bunched up around short and site defensives. No one's really watching long right now, so that might become a point of contention if the range game has to come forward. It's slow to the uptake, though.
Re-smoke from Emmy, also trying to block the smoke, but just quite missed the timing. It's his teammate of Kindo with the AWP, playing very far back, just trying to scale defensively.
HE opens it, kill found for Raga, but he's lost 2 teammates in the meantime. The lead is team forwards, not bottle this round. They need to claim an advantage, and Dragon is the closest port of call. He's got Kindo, his AWP, waiting to receive. A shot rings out. Raga goes down. Zello sees a shoulder of one, can't connect it. Aware of the close range player now. Dragon trying to strike early, maybe prematurely in some capacities, but a burst to the head finds Zello, and Kindo from range will close out the match. 13-8, Partizan steamroll mostly in that second half over Nexus and claim their first win in the Conquest of Prague.
A really good showing from Partizan, because there were some testing moments in that first half and the second half. It was a really scrappy game in comparison to what we've seen over the last few best of ones. And for Partizan, it's got to be a playstyle issue that Nexus are struggling with. I mean, let's just consider the last few head-to-heads. 13-4, 13-6, 13-6. And then this today where you get, what, a 3-0 beginning? And then don't really show too much else for Nexus. There is a struggle against Emmy and the boys.
Yeah, very clearly there is. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the back and forth that we've seen from these teams and from these boys, and somehow the streak the Partizan have had, of course, going to carry forward, even when Dust 2 is a very good map for the Romanians, of course. Didn't quite work out on this day, though. It seems like a very wacky day overall when you consider exactly how things have played out, how one-sided these matches have been over the course of round 1.
And perhaps it just comes to a bit of sample size, right? Getting a bit more of a glimpse over the next few days how these teams are going to face when we eventually get to the best of 3s, and who's the best teams in the comp right now. Because I thought we had some decent surprises yesterday against Cubics. Beating 9 was a bit of a surprise to me. Gun 5 in the Serie S derby going all the way to OT, and then today we've got 500 that walked over Imperial Valkyries, which makes sense. Passion UA, I mean, that should never be that one-sided against Sashi on any day for 2 players on debut. And then CYBERSHOKE, with how good they've looked recently on their #1 map in the pool, just can't even hold weight against fnatic. There's something about these best of ones over the last couple of days. Things are just not quite making sense.
I mean, look, at least yesterday had some close affairs, but today was just, yeah, very, very one-sided overall. I mean, even those matches, like the last 2, right? I mean, CYBERSHOKE were down 2-10 at the half, right? Like, so that scoreline doesn't even reflect how one-sided that match really was. And you got to say the exact same thing right here. 11-5 at one point, having the 7-5 advantage. So there's a lot of things that have gone extremely right for some teams, extremely wrong for others. But we have our final results, right? We have our final teams that have made their way through into their respective victories. Of course, you mentioned 500 Passion UA, fnatic and Partizan, who got their wins earlier. And of course, yesterday, we had ENT, Cubics, Navi Jr. and Rush B. So those are the 8 teams that are in the upper group outside of what we talked about with the surprises of the results and the 2 victories here from yesterday as well that you were also shocked at. How do we feel about how the things have played out in round 1?
I think the best of ones have shown that the underdog teams can cause upsets. I'll be keeping an eye on Cubics in their 1-0 game to see if they can upset again, because I think that's a side that's had a couple of roster changes recently, but they just don't play at this level at all. They're not even consistently playing on HLTV. So this is going to be a test for some of those sort of open qualifier teams going up against the bigger names as the tournament rolls on, as we get deeper into the Swiss stage, of course.
And of course, our lower teams consist of the likes of Eklok, Gun 5, Maestro 9, and of course from earlier today, Imperial FE, Sashi, CYBERSHOKE, and Nexus, of course. So there are any concerning teams, any teams you should be watching out for potential to dip down into early elimination?
Well, I mean, take Eklok. This is their pride and joy, to always be playing in front of local crowds, to be playing in Czech and Slovakian lands. They were really successful in the Tipsport circuit last year, but when you've got to play European and international teams to make the LAN qualification, I think the hometown heroes are going to struggle, and they're going to get tested by a lot of good teams here.
Well, look, there's still plenty of chances to make happen because there's only round 1 that has concluded. Round 2 will feature more best of ones. Of course, we play best of ones until we hit the qualification or elimination games in the Swiss stage, as you would all expect that to be the case. So, look, one more round of best of ones will decide who's going to be sitting up for promotion, who's going to be sitting for elimination, and that all takes place from tomorrow onwards. So today has certainly been the epic conclusion, I guess you could say, in some respects. So we've got to look forward towards what happens tomorrow, Dwayne, because it's going to be crunch time from then on out.
Indeed, every game is really important, and no one can afford to go down 0-2 after only a couple of days of competition. Teams are going to have to step it up, and they're going to have to grind and work hard.
Awesome. Well, look, we're going to have to come back for tomorrow's proceedings. Today, that's all we have for you. So make sure you're tuning in for Swiss Stage at round 2 in the Conquest of Prague. We're only 2 days into what's set to be a very long and arduous and hopefully very epic competition at the same time. Concluding with a LAN, it all begins here. But for the time being, we bid you adieu. Tune back in tomorrow for round 2 of the Swiss Stage.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.